Hello, my name is Will Spencer, and welcome to the Will Spencer Podcast. This is a weekly show featuring in-depth conversations with authors, leaders, and influencers who help us understand our changing world. New episodes release every Friday. My guest this week is me. Well, sort of. You see, today, Friday, January 31st, is my birthday. I think it's probably the first time in this podcast's history that a release date has coincided with my actual date of birth, and I thought it might be fun to do something a little different this week. So today's episode is actually an interview of me conducted on a recent Twitter space, which I was the guest on a couple weeks ago. I was interviewed by the excellent account @Darwin2Jesus, who has his own story of coming to Christ after years as an atheist. D2J was interested in having me speak to his audience about the supernatural. Since his followers tend to come from a more rational and materialistic background, he thought that me discussing psychedelics and New Age practices might be of interest to those who don't believe in things beyond what they can measure and see. At least, that was the plan. But what we both got was far more than that. What we thought would be a 2 or at most 3-hour conversation extended into 4.5 hours, and during that interview, I provided the most detailed version of my testimony that I've given to date. Listeners of this podcast and those who follow me on other shows like Cultish will probably have heard some of these stories before at a more superficial level of depth. But with all the extra time in this interview, Darwin2Jesus and I covered a massive variety of topics, including my background in the electronic music rave scene, the Kabbalah, my history with drug use, including psychedelics and ayahuasca, why Jewish culture appears to be so antagonistic to Christianity, Burning Man, Occupy Wall Street, my original conspiracy red pill, men's groups and psychotherapy, the Kumbh Mela Hindu festival, and much, much more. It was an incredible blessing to be given the chance to look deeply into these memories and experiences, viewing them now through a Christian lens. God has been so gracious to me, giving me the opportunity to live the life I have, bringing me through it, and then redeeming me from my mistakes. Plus, Darwin2Jesus is an excellent interviewer. He knew how to ask questions that cut straight to the heart of the things that I was talking about, leading me into memories and details that I'd long forgotten. You can find a link to his profile in the show notes, and he is absolutely worth your follow. I look forward to returning the favor and interviewing him in the not-too-distant future. Now, perhaps releasing an interview with myself on my birthday on a podcast that bears my name might seem a bit self-serving, narcissistic even, and well, fair point. But I know that these are topics my listeners are interested in, and while Twitter spaces are great, they disappear after a while. Meanwhile, I've gotten really encouraging feedback about this interview, and I thought it would be a shame for it to disappear into the digital ether. So my prayer is that some of my story will bless those of you with friends and family who are walking down some of these same roads. And finally, I want to emphasize that this is not actually my story. It's God's. If it were just my story, I would have fallen off the path a long time ago, 1,000 different ways. Lord only knows the danger I was in and the danger I put myself in without knowing it, every possible way. And yet, here I am. I live to tell the tale. I can be ashamed of this story and hide the greatness of God under a rock for fear of what you'll think of me, or I can put it out there and show you just how great God's grace and mercy can be to sinners. As you will hear, if there's hope for me, there's hope for all of us, your family, friends, relative, siblings, even your husband or wife. If you had told me in January 2020, just 5 years ago, where I'd be today, I wouldn't have believed you. That's how fast the Lord can work to change a heart, change a man, and change a life. So please let this story be a reminder that sends you into prayer for your loved ones and gratitude for the blood of Christ that covers you and me. The lost might be closer to the kingdom than we recognize, and really my story, though it has its own unique flavor, isn't too different from other idolaters who go looking for God in all the wrong places. That is, until the prayers for their salvation are answered, as they were for me. Hallelujah. Now, friends, we're not just recording conversations on the Will Spencer podcast, we're part of a restoration project for Christian civilization in the West, and I need you in this fight with me. So when you visit Spotify or Apple Podcasts, or if you're listening to this on YouTube, take a moment to write how these conversations impacted you. Your words might be exactly what someone needs to hear to give this show their first listen. And those conversations that shifted your thinking, share them. We're in a war for the soul of our culture, and these conversations are ammunition for the right side. For those ready to go deeper, please visit willspencerpod.substack.com and become a paid subscriber for ad-free interviews and exclusive content. And remember, our sponsors aren't just businesses. They're allies building Christian economic strength for generations. Supporting them isn't just spending money, it's investing in an American reformation. Just a quick note before we begin, as you may have seen, my Carl Teichrieb podcast blew up on YouTube. It's currently at 45,000 views in just 3 weeks, making it my second most successful piece of content ever. This tells me that there's interest in the subject of Burning Man. So I've worked with my friend Elijah Ellis to produce a mini documentary about the festival, premiering on Saturday, February 1st. The documentary features photos of me at the festival that I've never shared publicly, and I hope it will equip you to minister to seekers and to friends who are considering the festival and the worldview it promotes, which I know we'll be hearing much more about very soon. You can find a link to the premiere of that mini documentary, plus an exciting trailer in the show notes. And please enjoy this week's episode of the podcast, a 4.5-hour interview hosted by Darwin to Jesus, featuring my testimony.
What's going on, man? It's great to see you.
Good to see you too, man. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, this is awesome. We've been planning this for at least a month now, right?
Yeah. It's. I got sick, so we weren't able to do it. Thanks for being patient while I recovered from my illness.
Yeah, absolutely, no problem. Well, we've got a lot of ground to cover. I thought we'd just get right into it because you have so much to tell us, I think. Would you mind giving us a brief introduction into like who you are and then a very brief overview of your full story so that everybody can kind of know what to expect, and then we'll get into all the details and everything?
Yeah. So my name's Will Spencer. I'm the host of what is now called the Will Spencer podcast. It used to be called the Renaissance of Men, and that sort of explains why my Twitter handle is @RenOfMen. So I changed the name because I started as a content creator in 2020, making content to sort of let people know about this kind of global rebirth of masculinity that was going on. Not just the manosphere, which a lot of people have heard of, but it had actually been happening since beginning in the 1980s. And so I had done a whole ton of reading, and I had discovered there was this 40-year-long movement that was just starting to broach the public consciousness, and I wanted people to know about it. So that's why I started the Renaissance of Men podcast. I made content I had been baptized at the time. I made content primarily about masculinity for a while, and then the manosphere started falling off. And as that process happened, providentially, I discovered Reformed theology and started getting very heavily into that, and my own sanctification started kicking in, and my own organic pursuit of my interests sort of led me deeper into Christianity. And my content changed, my focus changed, my life changed. And so I decided it was time to change the name of the podcast as well to the Will Spencer podcast. So same guy, same ethic, different topic set. So that's probably going to be the way that most people have heard about me.
You know, it's funny. I was actually going to ask you about that, why you changed the name to Will Spencer. So thanks for letting us know that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And would you mind just giving us a quick overview of your story, just so, like I said, everybody can kind of know what to expect?
Yeah. So I have a long and wild story, and there's going to be, I'm sure we'll get into lots of details of this. You can interrupt me at any point and ask questions if you want, or we can save them until after. But I have a 40 plus year testimony, long journey to Christ. I was born into a Jewish family. My whole family is Jewish. All my grandparents were Jewish. I was bar mitzvahed at age 13. And I'd always been, as a kid, interested in kind of mystical topics. So like UFO, I was reading all the books about like UFOs and Bigfoot and the Amityville Horror. I do not recommend reading that book, especially not when you're a kid. So I had always had sort of an interest in the spiritual, but it wasn't until I was 12 and I was preparing for bar mitzvah, my Torah portion for the bar mitzvah, which is basically like the sermon text of when you go to church, was the 10 Commandments. And that wasn't something that I chose. That was just the that was the sermon text, you might say, that was up for that week. And so that was the one that I got, which is pretty cool. If you're going to get a section of the Old Testament to have for your bar mitzvah, that's a pretty good one. I actually had a friend who had to do a whole section from Leviticus on leprosy. We were all sitting there, with our face palming the whole time. But so I remember the rabbi who I was learning from at the time said something. I was 12 years old. I was in his office. He said something along the lines of, the way the Ten Commandments are structured is that the second half of the Ten Commandments are there so you don't violate the first half of the Ten Commandments.
Hey, Will.
And yes,
this is great, but I really just want, like, maybe I'll summarize it, because this is the kind of stuff I want to get into once we start actually getting into your story.
Fantastic.
So the story, like a brief overview, would just be like, in my view anyway, and let me know if you disagree with this, but you basically set out on a huge journey all across the world and traveled all over the place. You did a lot of different drugs. You were way into the New Age. You did Burning Man. And then at the end of it, you found Christ. Is that kind of like a really good, like, 30-second overview?
Yeah, I mean, I've always had spiritual interest that changed throughout the years, going from religion into the rave scene in San Francisco and discovering the New Age and Eastern mysticism, and then a whole phase of time where I went into Jungian psychology, and then of course lots of overseas travel involving in New Age practices and plant medicines and drugs, and 200 million person Hindu festivals, and then finding the flaws in all of those mindsets, and then ultimately coming to Christ in 2020 after being introduced to him at the Burning Man Festival in 2015. So that's kind of that's the overview. I wasn't. People say brief. It's never clear to me how brief they want me to be.
Yeah,
so.
I'm sorry. That's my fault.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
So just so everybody here understands why I wanted to do this, Will and I met, and he was talking to me about potentially being on his podcast, which is a huge honor. We haven't done that yet, and hopefully we will eventually. But then I was like, well, who is this Will guy? So I went and I started looking up your story, and I was like, man, this is a really amazing story. And what's so incredible to me about it is that it's very different from my story. I was very much a materialist. So I didn't do the New Age stuff. I didn't do the drugs. I didn't have any spiritual experiences or anything like that. My journey out of atheism came through basically philosophy and through thought, and obviously through the mercy of Jesus Christ. But your journey is very, very different. You traveled all around the world. You've had these occult experiences. You've had, experiences with the supernatural. And when I talk to people on my account here, mostly I'm talking to atheists and materialists, people that aren't familiar and don't believe in the things that you've personally experienced. And I just thought it would be really cool to interview you on my account, because there are so many materialists and people that just do not think that that other side of reality exists. And so that's why I really wanted to have you here and to talk to you. And you just have so much cool stuff to say. I've already listened to a few of your interviews and everything, and read a bit of your blogs, which is all awesome, by the way. Everybody should go and check all that out. But yeah, so that's kind of like where I'm coming from. With everything.
That's super helpful. Thank you for that clarification. Yeah, absolutely happy to speak into that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, real quick, if you guys are enjoying this, we haven't really even started getting into it yet, but if you could please retweet the space so that we can get as many people in here as possible, because I think this is going to be awesome. And the plan for the space is that it's just going to be me and Will for about 1 to 2 hours, as long as it takes for him to tell us about his journey. And then when he finishes that, then we will open it up for Q&A. So if you have any questions, please go ahead and write those down. And then when I open it up, we're going to do about an hour, maybe 30 minutes of Q&A, something like that. We don't want to go more than 3 hours.
Yeah. And if I can just add something to that real quick, please do share the space with your friends, or if you know of some of the questions that I really enjoy answering. Of course, I'm open to any question, but some of the questions I really enjoy answering are, everyone has friends that are involved in various kind of New Age practices that they have questions about, like, my friend does this, what's going on there? I really enjoy answering questions about that for people. So if you have a friend who's doing something that you think is kind of weird, if you know anything about it, please feel free to ask. And I'm happy to, if I've heard about it, I can help unpack it. But usually if I haven't heard about it, I can ask a couple questions and help you understand kind of what's going on there. So I really enjoy that if you guys know anyone who's engaged in anything you have questions about.
Okay, awesome. Well, that's pretty much everything that I wanted to say initially. So now we can actually start getting into your story. So starting from the beginning again, early life. Let's start there if that's where you would like to start anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of sets the stage,
Yeah.
so that people understand that, I began life pointing 180 degrees in the opposite direction of Christianity. And so, again, growing up in a Jewish family, like Christianity was just not on the table. I didn't know anything about it. I don't think we knew any Christians. I did go to a Jesuit high school for 4 years just because it was the best school in town. But I wouldn't say I ever got the gospel preached to me. I don't recall ever being told it's a Jesuit school, so that's not really what they do. There were masses and stuff like that, but I don't recall ever understanding much about the Christian faith at all from them. So yeah, again, grew up in a Jewish family, rabbi, bar mitzvah, and all that. And we didn't celebrate Christmas; we celebrated Hanukkah. We went to high holiday services, which is Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year, and Yom Kippur, Day of Atonement. That's always in the fall. Big, huge gatherings at the Phoenix Symphony Hall, for those big ceremonies. And then we celebrated Passover, and that was always in Hebrew. We would sing from the Haggadah. My grandfather would lead it. So we did a lot of the ritual stuff. I wouldn't say that I learned too much about God from it, but understood that this is what we do as a family, and that's what I grew up doing. So then I went to college in the Bay Area.
Can I ask you real quick?
Yeah, please.
A few questions about that. So when you were growing up with your Jewish family, did you all kind of like keep to yourselves for the most part, like culturally? I mean, like, did you live, or were you very much like integrated with other Americans that weren't Jewish? How's that normally go?
I would say that my family was pretty isolated just due to the circumstances of my family. I don't think there was any lack of desire to integrate, you might say, but my dad worked a whole ton. And so we didn't have a lot of family friends. And a lot of my family lived out of town. So we would get together for the high holidays, and that was about it. So no, I wouldn't say that we had too many family friends that we would interact with, like, everyday average Christian Americans, but that wasn't out of any intention to avoid them. It was just the dynamics of my family and some of the things that were going on.
Okay, cool. And the other thing that I wanted to ask, I think this would probably be the best time potentially to bring this up, is, obviously you're a Christian now, and we're kind of jumping a little bit in a way, but I'm very curious because you grew up in a Jewish household. What are your thoughts about Judaism and like Jewish people in general and their relationship to Christianity? Because from what I've seen, it seems like there's a lot of animosity from Jewish people towards Christianity. And I'm curious what your thoughts are on that, if you think that that's true. I mean, I've heard of, like, from what I've heard, and obviously this isn't all Jews or anything like that, but I've heard stories where you can, like, a son can be raised by Jewish parents and he can go and do all kinds of stuff. He can go party, he can go into the world, he can do cultism, like pornography, whatever. He can kind of do whatever he wants, and they're gonna be like, "Yeah, it's fine." But if he becomes a Christian, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Is that your experience? Like, do you know about that? Can you speak to that?
Yeah, that's literally my experience.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I I haven't spoken to. Well, I've sort of been cast out of my family. I haven't been. A lot of my family lives here in Phoenix now, and I haven't been invited to Thanksgiving here in Phoenix now for 2 years. So my family found out that I was Christian in, I guess it was 2022. I was actually at that Thanksgiving. They did kind of like an intervention sort of thing, like asking me about it. And I haven't heard from them in over 2 years as a result. So I wasn't invited to Thanksgiving 2023, and it was here in Phoenix. And I wasn't invited to Thanksgiving 2024. And I'm the oldest son of the family. And so I'm just not part of the family anymore. I'm still in touch with my dad. I just spoke to him earlier this evening, so he and I have a good relationship. But I would say my mom's side of the family, um, very very liberal as well. And so when I started, as a result of travel, which we can probably get into, I started becoming a conservative because I saw how the world actually works outside of the American media bubble that tells us what we're supposed to think about how America is perceived. That is not how America is perceived. So I became a conservative, and a family full of liberals. When a guy becomes a conservative, anyone in America will recognize the tension that creates just in general. But then when I became a Christian, that was too much. And when I took a strong stand against abortion as well, like abortion is murder. So like I violated, I guess you could say it's like a three strikes thing. First, I became a conservative, then I became a Christian, and then I became an anti-abortion, anti-feminist, and that was just too much for them to handle. So, but yeah, I mean, I've engaged in all kinds of psychedelic drugs and premarital sex and all that stuff, and I've said publicly before that I probably could have become a Buddhist or a Hindu. I think that I probably could have become a Muslim, and that would be okay. It would be weird. Like, there's no reason why a Jewish person would become a Muslim. I haven't even heard of that. But all that would be okay. But becoming Christian was not okay. So that is a very common experience for many Jews. Not all, or former Jews. Many, but not all.
Yeah, and I really want to know if you have any thoughts as to why that is. Like, what is it about Christianity that brings this about, where it's like you just cannot go that route. You can do anything, but if you do that, that is not okay. What do you have any thoughts on that? Like, why that is the case?
Yeah, I've actually given it quite a bit of thought, and there's a bunch of answers to that. One of the answers is that that's actually just in Scripture. Come to divide, father from mother, etc. All like, I come not to bring peace, but a sword. That is a feature of the Christian life, not a bug. And so there's a sense in which you becoming a Christian, no matter who your family is, even if they're atheists, as I'm sure you know, or secularists, or whatever religion, or even non-denominational Christians or lapsed Christians, when you actually become a born again Bible believing Christian, like, there is something that happens spiritually from their perspective to you, whether or not it happens from your perspective to them. We become the aroma of death for those who are perishing. That's also in Scripture, and so there's a sense in which Jews aren't unusual. That's just part of it. When you become a Christian, when you get saved, your whole aroma changes to people who are perishing, regardless of your background. And this actually shows up around the world. So in mainland China, which is another place that I've traveled to, they have a very lot of ancestor worship, nature-based religions, etc. When someone there becomes a Christian, the term that's used in China is, "Oh, are you eating potato now?" And what that means is that they don't actually eat potatoes in China; they eat rice. The staple carbohydrate is rice. So potato is a European thing. So, "Oh, are you eating potato now?" So even in mainland China, it's considered a betrayal of your family heritage and roots. And there is something real about that. There is something real about when we are Christ, we are part of a new nation. We are called out of the nation that we're a part of into a new nation, into a Christ family. And they feel that, even if from our perspective, we don't feel it in quite the same way. So there's in a sense, there's nothing really unusual about that for Jews compared to other places around the world. But in another sense, there is a very Jewish angle in that Jews believe wrongly. They believe wrongly that the Holocaust was a mega pogrom. So they look at European history and they say that all throughout European history there were pogroms, of Christians against the Jews.
Can you tell us what a pogrom is? I'm not familiar with that term.
Yeah, pogrom. Pogrom is the term. A pogrom is basically like, I would call it like a small scale bit of racial or religious violence. So it's sort of like, a small community has a freak out that the Jews are the ones causing problems, and then they go and they persecute on a very small scale all of the Jews in the local area. So it's not of a large scale, hundreds, maybe thousands of people, but not giant. And that had been happening throughout Europe all through the Middle Ages. There's a long sordid history of that, the Roman Catholic Church and Protestantism as well. But this was always very small scale. And, you can understand if you read scripture wrongly, and particularly if you leave out some passages in Romans, like Romans 9, 10, 11, you can understand how, like, oh, we have to go, kill the synagogue of Satan or the Pharisees or whatever. Plus, there's plenty of superstitions and all that. So these pogroms have been going all on from Christians towards Jews all through the Middle Ages. So so Jews today, they look at the Holocaust as the outcome of hundreds of years, centuries of unchecked Christian pogroms against the Jews. That's how they see it. Now, that is not what actually happened. I've done a fair bit of reading about this, but that's how they understand the Holocaust. So they look at it as a Christian event. Finally, the culmination of the Christian church never stopped the pogroms. And look what happened as a result of that. The Holocaust happened as a result of that. So in some sense, it's personal. And if you want, and then the final angle I think you can probably say is, if you truly believe what Scripture says, the Jews they've been cut out of the tree, but they're still in proximity to the covenant. There is still a component of them, that God is not going to violate His covenant. You have to repent and you have to come to Christ, but you're still in the covenant. The covenant hasn't been broken, and so I think that there's a subtle tension between knowing that, like, this is where things are at now, and we're not part of that. And so we have to give up everything to become part of that. And people tend to hold on to the stuff they've got. There's a pridefulness in there. There's a spiritual veil, I believe Paul says. And so I think that's kind of the third component. So just to summarize, there's an element of it where it's like, it's really not all that different from other cultures around the world. There's an element of misunderstanding history. And then there's a spiritual element that's documented in Scripture as well. And I think all of these things kind of roll together to produce a tension between Jews and Christians today.
Oh, that's really interesting. So they feel like Christianity has just kind of been persecuting them for a long, long time. So there's a lot of animosity there, sounds like.
Yes.
And then they also...
And not without reason.
Yeah. And then they also feel kind of like, it sounds like a little bit of a little brother syndrome, where you're the oldest brother, and you have like certain rights to various things, but then you kind of get taken out of the inheritance, and somebody like your younger brother or whatever comes up, and now he's there, and you're kind of like aware of it. Is it kind of like that, you think?
I think it's possible, but when you throw in the mistaken historical bitterness, like the pogroms are very real. It's a black spot, on the history of the churches. But when you throw in the misunderstanding that the Holocaust was a Christian or Christian themed event, that's the real problem. It touches on these themes, but perhaps there's a little brother, there's a little brother, older brother. That wouldn't be how I would describe my perception of it. My perception of it growing up was just that Christians were just other, and not that Jews had any relationship to Christianity, but just like, don't be like them. And part of that, I think, was political. Part of it was cultural. But I can't say that I grew up having any awareness of the relationship really between Christianity and Judaism like I do now. Maybe I knew that there was like a thread connecting them somehow. It's hard for me to put myself back in the mindset of being like 11, but I knew that they were distantly related. I knew that a Jew going to a Catholic high school was strange. I get questions about it all the time, but I don't know that I could have said anything intelligent about why. I don't know if that helps at all.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, I feel like we could spend a lot of time there, but you definitely gave a great answer, and I don't want to spend all of our time there because you do have a really great story. And thank you so much
Sure.
for telling us that. Let's go to when you went to college. I think that's the next part, isn't it?
Yeah. So I went to college in the Bay Area during the late 90s. And it's funny that you'll appreciate this. I remember when I read Carl Sagan's The Demon Haunted World, and that was like a huge moment for me, because I guess I had what I might call as a lot of superstitious kind of beliefs, maybe mystical beliefs that I'd never challenged. And I read The Demon Haunted World, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so stupid. And I felt that maybe I had become sort of like a pseudo atheist. I don't know that I ever fully became a hard atheist materialist, but it definitely made me question all of that. So there was a very brief time that I've been reflecting on where I might have been kind of an atheist, but then I went to a rave,
Well, can you
DJ Ray.
would you
Yeah,
mind
go ahead.
talking about the demon haunted world just briefly, and like what it was that the book said? I'm really curious. I haven't read it myself, and I'm sure a lot of people in here probably haven't.
Yeah, so Demon Haunted World is written by Carl Sagan. He wrote I read a whole ton of his books after that. He wrote Cosmos, and he was actually um, he did a whole PBS series of Cosmos. It was amazing, by the way. He was one of the first, maybe the first, popularizer of science. And so he had this way of taking really complicated scientific concepts and boiling them down in a very relatable way and in a very like appealing way to bring science to the masses. So if you think of someone like a Neil deGrasse Tyson today, like Carl Sagan was kind of the first version of that. Neil deGrasse Tyson is like a poor imitation of Carl Sagan. And so the Demon Haunted World was Carl Sagan sort of pushing back on what he saw was this sort of uncritical in undiscerning acceptance of all these really bad quasi spiritual ideas like astrology and stuff like that. But rolled into all that because he was so into science, rolled into it. Behind all of it was this sort of atheistic, materialistic flavor, but not because he took the approach that because all of these things disprove God. He was trying to say everything is so glorious. Like look how incredible this is. It doesn't like we don't need a God. We have all this. I think probably would have, if I can try and articulate the feeling that I took from him. So he was opposed to what we might call like mysticism, and he saw it as a real danger to Western civilization. He saw it as a danger to the demon haunted world. Is like becoming superstitious instead of rational.
Yeah.
And so he wisely saw it happening in the late 90s and wrote a very moving and powerful book about it. And in his skepticism around mysticism, religion got rolled into that as well, I think.
Yeah, he used to say that we're all made of stardust, didn't he? And he was trying to
Yep.
really spin that into something that we should be proud of and we should wonder at, right? Like we're all stardust, something like that.
Yes, that was his whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there was like an infusion of trying to. He was very much about wonder. It wasn't about strict rationalistic skepticism. He really cultivated a sense of childlike wonder for the universe, which I think is great. But when you're trying to get rid of like mysticism, when you're trying to get out of lack of skepticism, and you throw the baby of organized religion out with the bathwater because it's all just this fuzzy kind of mystical stuff, that's where I think he kind of went wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so sorry, I just wanted to hear a little bit about that book because I hadn't heard of it, but very cool. Okay, so
Oh, it's very good. You'd love it.
I probably would.
Yeah.
All right, so then I think you were saying after that you were still in college. You read that and you were in a little bit of an atheistic phase, possibly.
Yeah, I think so. I would say so. I was just reading lots of Carl Sagan, lots of science books, Brian Greene. What was like that? He was talking The Elegant Universe, talking about string theory. Just a whole. Actually, I completely forgot about that whole phase until this conversation. So having a bit of total recall. But yeah, that was that kind of phase where I was very focused on, scientific discoveries, popularizing science, and less focused on kind of mystical stuff until New Year's Eve Y2K. So I had left school to do a .com startup, which is what all the kids were doing. And we had raised a lot of money. I was like, how old was I? I was 21 years old. And so I, at 21 years old, I was making a good salary as a startup founder. And my sister brought me to a rave here in Phoenix and fed me an ecstasy pill. And I had my first big spiritual awakening and found my way into the underground DJ rave scene, which is it's the inheritors of the 1960s sort of pattern. So if you take the baby boomer generation of the 1960s and then you roll the clock forward about 30 years to their kids, kind of being teenagers, maybe 20s, you get the DJ rave scene. So it's full of Eastern mysticism, Be Here Now by Ram Dass, aliens on mushrooms and utopian visions and all that. So I found that that was my on ramp to the new age.
So you came to this rave at the invitation of your sister?
Yes.
And did she tell you that she was giving you an ecstasy pill?
I think I probably knew. But like I was the stiffest, most straight laced guy. I was a Silicon Valley startup founder.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I was had no idea. But then she gave it to me. Like, well, I'm not going to say no.
Hmm.
You know, it's like, okay, we're here in Phoenix, so yeah. I think I probably had a sense, but I definitely didn't ask.
Right. And what did that change things when you took that pill?
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, like, and I guess I would say that you know, it just sent me on on a from that point probably a 20-year wild goose chase. 20 years actually, yeah. Y2K to around 20 years later. Yeah, I mean, because it's just, you know, drug use not recommended. You know, but you take a nerdy um, you know, kid who grew up just massively overachieving in high school, not a lot of friends, not a lot of social life, just work, work, work. And then I go to, you know, go to university in the Bay Area, go to Stanford, and then I get into a startup. And I'm just living in the office all the time. You take that kid and you take him to a rave and you feed him something like ecstasy and you introduce him to this community that are basically full of lost children in their own ways. You know, that world is not full of people that are coming from super stable, happy, healthy families in many ways, like my entire generation. In fact, I remember when I went to college, this was 1996. We were all talking, I was a freshman, we were all talking in the dorm. I think we came to the conclusion that 50% of us had divorced parents. So, like, you're talking about a generation of fatherlessness. And so the rave scene became, you know, sort of a chosen form of family. It was very much that. So, you know, you throw in youth, we're all in our early 20s, you throw in drugs and music and partying, and you throw in, this is before the dot-com crash. So everyone's making a ton of money. You're away from home. Like, it's a lot of fun and it's very seductive. And that whole world was full of Eastern mysticism, full of like some of the craziest stuff from the 1960s, you know, pushed forward 30 years. So yeah, I mean, it was very much massively a Pied Piper world. And I followed that Pied Piper pretty hard.
Yeah, you really did. Let me reset.
Thanks, bro.
No, I didn't mean it like that. but
I know.
but no, it's incredible. Really, really quick, let me reset the space just for everybody that is coming in now or recently came in. I am here with Will Spencer. He has an incredible journey where he uh, went all around the world, traveled to a whole bunch of different places. He got way into the new age. And has some really amazing things to talk about. And then at the end of it, he became a Christian. And so we're talking about that. And he's just telling us about how he basically got into occultism after college. He invited into a rave and took his first ecstasy pill. So if you're enjoying this space, please retweet it. I'd like to get as many people in here as possible. I think that this is really just kind of getting started, honestly. And yeah, let's keep going, Will.
Yeah. So found my way into the rave scene, was committed to becoming a professional DJ while I was working during the day. And, you know, that whole world, again, driving down to LA for parties out in the desert, living up in the Bay Area. This is before the dot-com crash. So before the dot-com crash, San Francisco was not the place that it is now. And just to divert off the road a little bit, so one of the things that happened, unfortunately, when the dot-com crash occurred in 2001, was it just devastated the economy of San Francisco for several years. And so when the next boom came around, which was the smartphone revolution in like 2007, the amount of the values, the stuff that flooded into San Francisco, is what changed it into the city that it is today. So we would, you know, have party. We had set up speakers like in the forbidden in the secured area of the Oakland Railroad and warehouses and stuff like that. And I guess I had never really thought deeply about world religions or spirituality, and I was just thrown deep into that world of, you know, acid and mushrooms and all those different things. And that was just the stuff that we were kind of marinating in, and it really shaped me.
Well,
Go ahead.
Well, I'm curious. You went from being very straight laced, and then it just seems like you took this pill, and everything just completely flipped.
Yeah.
Were you convicted about doing all this stuff? I mean, it seems like such a strange switch all of a sudden. To like normally you would think someone being very straight laced, they would do something like this, and then they would, if they kept doing it, they would feel like bad about it and like I should stop. I'm curious. Did you feel that way, or were you like, no, this is a journey and I'm going on it now, or something like that?
Yeah, no, I guess I would say it wasn't like that. It was a whole bunch of kids who had been outcasts in their own ways that had found their way together. So we went from being, father the refugees of broken homes, outcasts, nerdy kids, tech kids, and we were all in our early 20s, some in our late 20s, and we all found our way together. And these were just our values. It's like it was our chosen family. So it was just, well, we're all friends now and we only have each other. And these are the things that we do in a phase of life when, family was not a big value for any of us growing up. Ultimately, people grew up and left and got married. So that did happen. But in your 20s in secular America, that's just not a value. So I think it was everyone being accepted with each other. It was just mutually reinforcing.
I see. And maybe you said this already, but your parents were still together, right?
No, my parents divorced when I left for college. So
Oh,
I had predicted that. Yeah, I had barely turned 19 when they got divorced.
okay. So yeah, okay. That so you could still have Thanksgiving with your dad potentially, right?
Yes, yes. I could if that's what you mean.
Yeah, yeah. Now, okay, okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense. All right. So, uh, sorry about that. Go ahead and continue, please. So you're with your friends. You're doing these drugs. You're going to these raves in San Francisco. Everybody's loaded because the .com bubble hasn't imploded yet, right?
Yeah, yeah. And so then the dot-com bubble did implode, and that really changed the character. The dot-com bubble not only imploded, then 9/11 happened. And
Right.
those two things were just like devastating, to the culture of San Francisco. But it was at that time that my .com had finished. I went back to school. I had like 1 year left, and then I took a class on Carl Jungian psychology, a college class, and that was a really transformative class for me. For many reasons, it was the first class I'd ever really taken about psychology, and it had taken all of these different mystical and religious ideas that were all external and brought them internal, because Jung is very much about your internal world. And it was fascinating to me. And that was the Lord of the Rings movies were coming out at the time as well. I think the first one was about to come out. And the teacher was talking about how he was talking about the Lord of the Rings not as like a Christian, it's not an allegory strictly, not as a Christian myth or a European myth. He was talking about the Lord of the Rings as each of these characters represents a different aspect of what it means to be a man. This is back in 2001.
Was he talking
And
about
that was,
archetypes?
yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And so to recognize that there are all these different complex ways to be a man that compete within us was like life changing for me, because I had thought that the only valid way to be a man from my time in high school and grade school was like I have to be in the fraternity, I have to be into beer and pizza and football, and if I'm not that, then I'm broken. And so I took this college class, and he's talking about the Lord of the Rings and all these archetypes, like these are the archetypes of masculinity. I'm like, wait a minute, like that's nothing like this. So I realized that that I wasn't necessarily broken as a man trying to fit into a mold that I never fit in with. So the question became, what does it mean for me to be a man? And that's what started that pursuit, like thinking about masculinity back in 2001 when I was like 23 years old, trying to understand who I was as a man, overcome my own insecurities, my own fears. You probably wouldn't get it now, but like I was painfully socially awkward. Like the guy that God has blessed me to be now is someone that I had to work very hard to become, to overcome, my own insecurities and hangups and all that stuff. And that really helped me do that, or at least kicked off the process. And so that's when you have this outer world of Eastern mysticism, Eastern religion, and then you have this cosmic world of drugs and aliens and all this different stuff. And then you have this inner world of Jungian psychology and archetypes, and that's kind of the total worldview of the new age, you might say. And so that's what I was marinating in my early 20s.
Do you do you think there's a strong relationship between Jung and New Age?
Oh yeah. Yeah, if anyone's looking for the first of what I'm sure will be, also not the first actually, the second of many book recommendations, I recommend the book The Other Worldview by Dr. Peter Jones. Dr. Peter Jones came up with the terms oneism and twoism. Oneism is the belief that all is one, all is God. Twoism is there is a creator and there is a creation. So Christianity is twoist, and every other religion in the world is basically oneist. In that book, The Other Worldview, Peter Jones, it's a very readable book. He hangs a lot of our modern spiritual predicament squarely around the neck of Carl Jung. And so Carl Jung influenced Joseph Campbell. Joseph Campbell, of course, famously influenced George Lucas for Star Wars. Like, the influence of Carl Jung on our civilization is hard, and on the West is hard to overstate. So Carl Jung and his psychological focus of things is at the center of one part of the New Age. Not all of it, but a big part of it, a religion called selfism.
Wow, that's really incredible. I haven't looked at that much into Jung. I do know a bit about the archetypes and stuff like that, but yeah, I really hadn't thought that he had that great an impact. I mean, I know that he definitely had an impact, but I might have to check
Yeah.
that book out. um,
Yeah. So, I mean, so Jung was Freud's student. And
okay,
I think in the West today, we've probably inherited slightly more Jung than we have Freud. So Jung was more mystical, and they had a falling out. They were close friends, and then they had a falling out. One of the reasons they had a falling out is that Carl Jung had insinuated his way into several elite circles like the Rockefellers and stuff like that. And so as a result, he became very rich and very famous. And so we've inherited a lot of his mystical beliefs.
I'm really curious now that you're a Christian and your worldview is very different from what it used to be. Do you think that there's still some truth to what Jung talked about?
It would depend on like what particularly you mean.
Well, I mean, like the general philosophy, like the archetypes and the stuff that he's really well known for. When people think about Jung. Um,
Yeah, I mean, I think like all um, compelling non-Christian doctrines, they have an element of truth to them, but they fall off the edge very quickly. So Jung is one of the things he's famous for is the notion of the shadow. The shadow is the aspects of our personality that we hide, repress, and deny. And so one of the things, like some of the things that can live in our shadow are maybe we're liars, maybe we're cheaters, maybe we're insecure, things that we're ashamed of. Other things that can live in the shadow are talents and gifts. Like if we're, for whatever reason, we grew up in an environment where our parents are very rational, but we're artists. Jung would talk about we would take our artistic gifts and stuff them into the shadow to hide them from our parents. So good things and bad things hide in there. And there is truth there are things about us that we don't always want to acknowledge about ourselves. But the best way to find out what those things are is not to examine it through a Jungian lens, it's to look at it through the lens of scripture and to understand our sin nature, to understand, the things that we're ashamed of because they are actively sinful. They violate God's law. And then also to look at it from the perspective of the talents. God commands us to share our talents. And so there's a way in which not sharing our talents is sinful. And we don't need Jung to know any of that. It is actually contained in scripture. But where Jung goes wrong is his father was a Lutheran pastor or something like that. And so he denies the truth of Christ. And he's very much all is one, very occultic. From his Red Book revealed that. So I think the reason why Jung seems appealing is because we don't have, or perhaps don't want to have, a biblical understanding of our minds. And that is a very common thing. I could talk for a long time about that.
well, if you want to, by all means, but we probably should
Right.
should keep going. I just
Yeah.
get so curious about all this stuff. So if I'm remembering correctly, I believe the last thing you said is you started studying Jung and you basically were realizing like I need to become more like a better man. Is that correct?
That was part of what I took from it. I took from was the idea that I have the ability to change my own mind.
Okay.
That like if I don't like the way that I'm being, I have the way, or the way that I'm experiencing life, or the way that I'm responding to situations, I can change it. And I
Right.
think there's truth. I think there's truth in that. I just never encountered that idea before. So
Right.
yeah,
Gotcha.
that was when I got heavily into the world of psychology and self help and personal growth and kind of all that stuff.
Okay. All right. And then and so you get into all these sort of things, psychology and all that. And and this is after the dot com and everything had crashed, right? This is after 9/11, right?
Yep.
In San Francisco. So then what happened?
So I guess fast forwarding a little bit from there, my mother died. She passed away in 2006. Sort of a long story, but after that, I found my way into depth psychology, and particularly the modality called EMDR. So EMDR it's called eye movement um, deprogramming and reprocessing, something like that. And it's not quite hypnosis, because hypnosis, you're in a suggestible state where you're under the control of someone else. EMDR is more like a relaxed state where you can kind of access deeper parts of the mind. Like you can go into places where you actually do hide memories and stuff like that, or but maybe what you believe are memories. And so that was my first introduction in an EMDR session into like just how deep our mind can go, and where we can stuff away emotions.
So
How we
it basically is a study of your subconscious.
You might say that. Yes, I think that's probably true. Like we have our conscious mind, and our subconscious mind is where memories live, and things like that. And we do have the capacity to stuff down emotions within ourselves. And so, yeah, that was a kind of a discovery of the depths of my own subconscious mind. So it was a deepening, you might say, of my own psychological pursuits. But that also helped lead me into even more kind of new age stuff, because it sort of created this hook. It was like, okay, we talked about there's all these religions around the world, Eastern mysticism, and then you have the cosmic stuff with the drugs, and then you have the Jungian stuff that talks about the inner reality, maybe the first couple, the top most part of the iceberg. Depth psychology is like, let's go all the way down to the bottom of the iceberg. And so that was like just a massive deepening of the worldview that I was in.
Well, how do they do that? I mean, how do they know like how deep they are in the iceberg and all that? Like how exactly? I mean, would it take a long time to explain that? I've never heard of this. It's really interesting.
Yeah, so think of it this way. Um, the this is where we start getting into the kind of all is one mindset, but in a psychological sense. So if you imagine that I'm an iceberg and you're an iceberg, and are the what you and I are interacting with each other right now in terms of us being an iceberg is the just what's poking above the water. Like you perceive yourself as an island, and I perceive myself as an island, and we're talking. But if you were to go down deep enough, you would see that you go into my personal subconscious, and it still would seem that we're separate. But if you keep going down all the way to the bottom, you will see it's one big block of ice. And so the mountain that is me, that I identify as me, grows one way, and the mountain that you identify as you grows the other way. But at the fundamental bottom, we are just all one, including psychologically. So that's you still end up in an all is one kind of worldview. They call this transpersonal psychology.
Okay. And with that ideology, is it correct that really the idea of you is an illusion? Like, isn't the whole point to kind of become one at some point, which is to drop the illusion of having an independent identity? Is that true?
Yeah, this is one of the contradictions that lives at the heart of the New Age movement. That's quite strange. Is that it is ultimately based on an all is one kind of mindset, but at the same time, all is one in the sense of like this is Buddhist in nature or Hindu. You untie the knot of your own consciousness and you recognize that you are God. That's Buddhism and that's Hinduism essentially. Um, but what's odd about the New Age in particular is the New Age also has this really big personal growth, personal experience kind of component to it. So it's like, why are you spending so much money to improve a thing that doesn't exist? right? Like, why are you investing? I realized this way down the track. Why, like, I had been investing in all of these trainings and seminars and meditations and all this stuff to create this feeling of self-improvement, while at the bottom kind of knowing that I don't really exist. So why invest so much money in something that doesn't exist? So you've put your finger on a contradiction in that world. People get very uncomfortable when you point that out to them, by the way.
Well, I do enjoy doing that a little bit. Um,
Exactly.
I'm really curious though. You said you untie the knot of your identity. The idea of it is that you untie the knot of your identity, and then you realize that you're God. But what
Right.
is God in this sort of worldview? I mean, is it like a pantheist sort of God, like, or like what exactly would be God?
Yeah, well, it depends on who you ask.
Right.
So if you ask the Hindus, the Hindus will tell you that there is the ultimate consciousness, which they describe as Brahman. And Brahman, and all the gods in Hinduism are explained with all this deep symbology in all these different ways. But Brahman, I've seen depicted as just a child kind of playing in some garden. Now, the god Brahman doesn't know who you are, doesn't know anything about you. It's this child just playing in this garden, and somehow your Atman, your individual soul, is a manifestation of Brahman. So, can you ultimately understand that being? No. Does that being have any concern for you? No. Are you somehow an expression of that being? Yes. How does that work? There's probably lots of literature about it, but that's generally the idea. Now, with Buddha, when he was asked about the nature of God, he didn't say anything. He didn't answer the question. So the idea being like, don't even worry about it. I'm not going to answer that question. You just have to untie the knot of your consciousness and realize what you are, and you don't have to worry about what comes after that.
See, that's really interesting because Buddhists are typically thought to be atheists, aren't they?
Yes, but
Do you think that that's
but they're
not accurate?
yeah, they're atheists in the sense of like they don't have a concept of what God is, because Buddhism is very heavily focused on nirvana. Nirvana means extinguishing the flame. So extinguishing the flame of your own consciousness. You simply cease existing. There is something beyond that. There is a consciousness that you are a manifestation of, but Buddhists and Buddha doesn't really talk about that, because the Buddhists, particularly the Tibetans, will talk about the Bodhisattva. So the Bodhisattva is someone who has technically achieved nirvana, the right to no longer exist, but chooses to continue being reborn into a human body to help guide others to enlightenment, essentially for eternity. So you continue agreeing. This is their idea, to continue to get reborn into a human body until all beings in the universe attain enlightenment. It's essentially forever. So that points to a spiritual reality of sorts. But in terms of understanding the consciousness behind all that, Buddhism does not focus on that, because in a sense, Buddhism was a response to the Hindu focusing on like millions of gods and superstition and all of that. And Buddha came along, so to speak, allegedly, and said, let's just cut all of that away and focus on the goal, the task, which is to attain enlightenment. Forget about all the gods, forget about the superstition, forget about all this stuff. Let's just focus on the individual task of attaining enlightenment. So they cut away all the focus of gods that Hinduism tends to get stuck in.
Yeah, I was thinking about it and I was thinking, why don't they just advocate for suicide? But they believe in reincarnation. So suicide wouldn't meld
Correct.
you into the one. You actually would just come back as something probably lesser because you killed yourself. So you have
Right.
to figure it out while you're alive and somehow attain that enlightenment at some point. And that's what
Yeah.
New Agers believe as well, is they believe in reincarnation generally. Or is that, would you say it's pretty much universal?
Yes. By the way, just real quick about the whole suicide thing, there's a famous New Age teacher named Teal Swan. I think there was a Netflix documentary made about her. She will occasionally say intelligent things, but she has described suicide as like a reset. You know what I mean? Like, just want to reset your life, just kill yourself. Have you tried turning it off and turning it on again? So she's not advocating for that, but that's just like, she's not telling everyone to go out and do that, but it's like mega facepalm. Um, So regarding reincarnation, yes, the New Age does very much believe in reincarnation. What I'm going to tell you, I'm not sure if it was my conclusion, my synthesis of lots of reading that I had done, or if anyone teaches precisely this. I think someone probably does. By the way, one quick thing about the New Age: there are no sacred texts. There is no scripture in the New Age. There is no one book that everyone goes to and reads. Like probably the most famous New Age book is Eckhart Tolle. Is it Be Here Now? I can't believe I can't remember the name of that book. No, that's Ram Dass's Be Here Now. But anyway, Eckhart Tolle's book, it'll come to me later. That's probably the most famous one. Maybe that's probably the one that everyone reads more or less. But there's no like this is our sacred scripture. So everyone in the New Age walks away with a slightly different perspective on things. Maybe there's a few key books that everyone reads, but then everyone goes on their own journey of discovery, and so you end up building kind of a personal religion, which has the feature of overlooking your own personal flaws. So I can't say that would be authoritative for everyone in the New Age, but the way that I kind of came to understand it is there's a personal self, and then there's like a transcendent soul. And so the transcendent soul puts on different masks of a persona to learn a specific set of lessons. So my transcendent soul, whatever its name is, has put on the mask of will for this lifetime. And over the course of this lifetime, we'll learn a set of lessons that only will can learn. And then the will persona will die and is gone forever. And then the soul will be reborn into a new body and take on a new persona. And the TV show Quantum Leap, for any of you who have watched that, it's sort of replicating that idea. As this guy is outside of space and time, and he occupies various bodies and solves various problems, and then he gets born into it, and then he inhabits a new body. That's kind of what that idea is. So it's sort of Hindu, it's sort of Buddhist, and it's sort of Westernly adapted.
Okay, awesome. So it's kind of a
I sound crazy.
it's kind of a bit of both, because that's what I was really curious about is, you mentioned like obviously Buddhism and Hinduism is not the same thing. And I was curious, like New Age is, does it lean more to Hinduism or more to Buddhism? And it sounds like it kind of just depends on the person that you're talking to. Sounds like it's very
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the thing with New Age is that it's hard to understand it looking through the lens of an actual Eastern religion. The New Age has taken it's syncretic. It has taken a whole bunch of indigenous and world faith and its own ideas and modernity, and it kind of blends it all together with an emphasis on the self. So we're going to take a little bit from Buddhism, we're going to take a little bit from Hinduism, we're going to take a little bit from these drugs, and we're going to take a little bit from this, and we're going to mash it all up together for the purpose of your own personal fulfillment. And that's where Carl Jung comes in, is he takes all of this mysticism and he roots it back in the individual. And when you throw that into the consumerist mindset of America in the second half of the 20th century, and the me generation, the pursuit of personal fulfillment, that's how you get the New Age. It's very self-focused, it's very syncretic, it's very psychological, and it doesn't really have a defined shape. The one thing that it excludes is biblical Christianity, but that's a whole other. That we'll get to that, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so you were doing the depth psychology, I believe that was the kind of where we went into everything, and you're learning about your subconscious. That's kind of not really how you put it, but so what happened after that?
So the next major event that happened after depth psychology, I'm still in the New Age, I'm still in the rave scene, all this time, still maybe not doing quite as much psychedelics as I once was, but it's still part of my life very much. Maybe this is relevant, maybe not, but in 2000, I was getting very politically involved. I lived in San Francisco. In 2008, I campaigned for Obama. I must have made thousands of calls for the Obama campaign from in Berkeley. Campaigned for Obamacare, but then in 2010, when I saw that he hadn't really gotten a whole lot done, and the Republicans took Congress back, and I became very disillusioned with the political process, and then I became part of Occupy Wall Street in San Francisco for a year from 2010 to 2011. So I set aside all of my DJ in mystical pursuits, and I focused on political activism. I would work during the day. I worked for a startup during the day, but then in the evenings, I would do volunteer stuff for Occupy. I was an anonymous mid-level volunteer, and that was when I got to see just how insane liberalism really is up close. I was like, "What's wrong with you people?
Can you tell
I want to
about
help."
that?
Yeah. So I'll give you just an anecdote about that. So Occupy Wall Street was all about what's called temporary autonomous zones, TAZ. A temporary autonomous zone is a space that people believe they can establish where they can kind of set their own rules. So in New York, that was in Central Park, I believe. Like there's a whole bunch of people descended on Central Park. This is our space. The Chaz in Seattle during the Summer of Love 2020, that was an example of a temporary autonomous zone. This is our space. We make the rules here because we say so. In San Francisco, that was Justin Herman Plaza. So that was where Market Street intersects with the waterfront. This is a small, mostly concrete plaza that they had occupied and said, this is ours now. They had built a structure that wasn't much large. Let me see. It wasn't very big. It was maybe like 5 feet, 6 feet long and 3 feet tall, made of balsa wood. It was like something for kids, essentially. And they had thrown a bunch of books in there, and they had the leaders of Occupy in San Francisco had insisted that was a library, and the fire department came along and said, that's a fire hazard. We need you to remove that. And the leaders of Occupy are like, no, we won't remove this 5 by 3 foot thing. This is a library. Like they live in some sort of crazy imagination. And they were ready to let the police and the fire department come and raid the whole camp over that thing because they were insisting it had some sort of significance to it. There was also, because amplified sound was forbidden, they would have what was called the people's microphone, which is like you say 3 or 4 words and then everyone repeats the 3 or 4 words. So you can repeat it through. You have to keep your message very simple. And they would let people come up and speak to this gathering of like 500 people. And like they were trying, I don't remember what they were trying to do. The camp was trying to figure out, it's all consensus based. You have to get 100% of the people on board. And things were rolling. It seemed like consensus was being made. And I noticed standing next to me is one of the city council women of San Francisco. Jane Kim was her name. And she's standing right next to me, nodding along with all of this. And so as progress is beginning to be made, a homeless man gets up and starts to talk on the people's microphone, and he's completely incoherent and drunk, and the whole thing falls apart. And everyone just thought that was okay. Now, why did that happen? Because liberals lack the ability to say no. No one's going to tell this guy like, hey, we're trying to get something important done here. Maybe now's not the time, my friend. But no one could say no. And as a result, all of their own progress was undone by their own ability to draw boundaries, and the whole thing fell apart. And so that was a real recognition for me that like, wow, this is going nowhere. Because if you can't say no, if you can't say who's inside or who's outside your camp, if you will be unable to make progress, and anyone can hijack your movement.
Yeah.
And that's what happened. So that was a big education for me.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I've noticed that the idea of tolerance is kind of self-refuting because you have to be intolerant of something, right? If you think that tolerance is a good, then intolerance would be bad. But if you're tolerant, like, and you say that that's just a good, then you would have to tolerate intolerance, which you shouldn't do. So
That's right.
It's really kind of like self-refuting, I think, and I think that's kind of what you experience as well. It leads to these weird situations where nothing can really get done, and there's just a lot of conflict.
Yep.
So at this time, you hadn't been to Burning Man yet. Is that correct? I want to make sure I don't want to skip over that because I find that really.
Oh, yeah, I missed that. Yeah, so I actually had been to Burning Man in 2003.
Oh, and you did.
That was the first.
You skipped that.
I did. I usually tend to focus on the one that comes after in 2013
No,
and 20. Yeah. So yes, that was my first time at Burning Man. It was like 30,000 people in the Nevada desert at that time.
Okay, so we just went back to 2003 now. You were at 2010, 2011, but we're back to 2003, and you went to Burning Man. Yeah. So tell us about Burning Man, because I hadn't ever really heard of Burning Man until I started looking into your story, and maybe everybody else knows all about it, but maybe there are some people like me that haven't heard of it before. So can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so Burning Man is giga pagan festival that happens in the Nevada desert every year, the last week of August, essentially. It's called Burning Man because they build a giant 40-foot effigy of a man and the figure in a human kind of shape. And on the Saturday of the festival, it takes place from Monday to Monday. On the Saturday, they light the man on fire and blow it up, and so that's why it's called Burning Man. The festival began in Baker Beach in San Francisco, I believe, in the 1980s. And then in the late 90s, it moved out to the Nevada desert and only continued to grow. So by the time that I went in 2003, the festival had grown from, I don't know, a few dozen people on Baker Beach to 30,000 people in the Nevada desert. And at that time, it was very much kind of like the Wild West. There wasn't there were a few rules, there's no financial transactions. You can't buy and sell anything there. Something like that. There was kind of an accepted burner culture and language sort of loosely. But for the most part, it was just kind of like a little bit like a Mad Max kind of feeling. You've got people cruising around in art cars, lighting off flamethrowers and shooting lasers into the sky and, making big stages out of like balsa wood and playing electronic music. It was kind of freewheeling in 2003. I treated it like I hadn't yet traveled overseas. My mindset at the time was very much, I'm going to think about this as my first time traveling to a foreign country, because Burning Man is, even though everyone speaks English, etc., it is very much its own country for 1 week a year.
Okay. And I mean, it sounds really dangerous. Are there people that typically die at this thing?
Yeah. It's funny because the episode of my podcast that just came out today, and so everyone listening, if you go to my profile and you click on the link, willspencer.co/links, that'll take you to my podcast. It'll take you to YouTube, Spotify, Apple. And you can watch the episode that just came out today with a Christian researcher named Carl Teichrieb. And he and I get into a pretty extended discussion of Burning Man. He goes every year because there are a lot of socio-political trends that actually get determined at Burning Man. It's actually the crossroads of the New Age. It's probably the most significant New Age event on the entire planet every year. Many tech and cultural elites go out there and party and meet for a week. And we got a big discussion about this. What he said is that, if you pick any small, and Burning Man's like 80,000 people now, maybe 90. If you were to take any small town of like 90,000 people on any given day, like someone would probably die of something, right? And it wouldn't be a big deal. But at Burning Man, people die for all kinds of reasons, both because of negligence or heat exhaustion or whatever, and it becomes a really big deal. And I thought that was a good point. Yes, people do die out there, but it's not as dangerous as you might think.
Okay. And are there people that are just like walking around without clothes on too? I mean, do you see just like all kinds of things when you're out there?
Yeah. So Burning Man is a complicated event in that there are many different faces to it. There are just people that just want to hang out with their friends in the desert and listen to music and and drink beer and look at crazy artwork. Like you can build stuff out in the desert that you can't build anywhere else. So there was one of the pieces of artwork that I remember is someone had built a 2 mile long string of LEDs. And what the string of LEDs do is they're very bright, and you can watch the LEDs go from say right to left, and you watch the LED light travel the length of the 2 miles. And by the time it gets to the end of the 2 miles, the LED light is slightly lower than when it had started. What this piece of artwork is doing is illustrating the curvature of the earth over 2 miles. Like, it's impossible to build anything like that in a city for many reasons. One, because where you're going to find 2 miles, right, to do that. But because the playa is open, because it's dark, because it's flat, you can actually build that piece of artwork. So you get cool stuff like that. You also get pure hedonism, people who like to take a lot of drugs, people who like to drink a lot. You also get some pretty crazy paganism type stuff, explicitly lots of psychedelics, lots of Buddhist artwork, stuff like that. You get, a thing called the Orgy Dome, which is a big dome, and people go in there and they just have a big orgy. That is a thing. So there are many different faces to it for sure. And that's just the festival.
So at Burning Man, on the last day, if I understand correctly, that's when they actually burn an effigy. Is that right? Is it an effigy, or what do they call it? Like a wooden. It's not a wooden man. What do they call it that they burn? They
It's a wicker
The
man.
wicker man. And how big is that? Is it
Yeah.
always kind of like the same size?
The man himself or itself is like 40 feet tall, but sometimes it's on top of a ziggurat or a giant UFO. Like in 2013, when I was there, they had built this massive, and I mean massive UFO shaped structure. There was a weird vibe along that thing, let me just tell you. And they put the man on top of that. So the whole effigy itself might end up being like 80 feet tall. The man is like 40 feet tall. And it's not the last day that they light him on fire. It's on Saturday. The last day is technically Sunday. So they burned that on Saturday, and what had been a previously cool weekend or week hanging out with friends in the desert turns into a giant mess, a giant party mess, crazy madness.
So that's kind of like the worst day to be there in your experience is when they burn.
Well, yes. I mean, it's when all the amateurs show up. So like the professionals, quote unquote, show up on like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and it's pretty chill. It's not a huge day. Things start ramping up in terms of energy and intensity. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Saturday is the big blowout party, and then Sunday night there's a companion structure to the man called the temple. And the temple is where people. It's a very solemn place. It's where people go and place memorials to people that they've lost, relatives. It's where they place, the mementos of things that have been very painful. So you walk into the tent. So if the man is a structure that's, celebration and party and sort of the happier side of life, the temple is very somber and very solemn, and it's more about grief. And so then the temple burns on Sunday night. And so I have been to a temple burn. It was actually quite beautiful in a way. Like a lot of people were letting a lot of things go and grieving very deeply. And it added a depth of a note of character to the festival that a lot of people miss. So yeah, go for the man. You have to, no one shows up on Sunday for the temple burn. Like you go on Friday or Thursday, whatever, and you just go hide in your camp, or you go out to the limits of the festival, a place called the Trash Fence. It's like 2 miles away from the main party. And that's what I did when I was at Burning Man in 2015. I just went out to the Trash Fence to get away from the craziness. So you can't avoid the big party if you prefer to have a different kind of experience.
Okay, and what was your overall impression of Burning Man the first time that you went? I mean, did you have a really good time? Were you like, I can't wait to do this again? Or like, what was your impression of it?
My impression of it was like it was just wild, like, and not even wild in a sinful way. It was just wild in a people not really knowing what they're doing way. Like, you give a whole bunch of very smart people. Again, this is the Bay Area, so you're talking about people who are engineers. They work in the tech world, maybe very well educated, maybe very accomplished, but they're not like elites. They're just really smart people. And you give them money and you give them an indestructible canvas. Like, you're probably not going to damage the playa like you would a forest, and set them free and kind of see what happens. And so I remember it being very freewheeling. I think the strongest thing that I walked away with in 2003 was the sense of community that happens there. The idea that there are camps, groups of anywhere from 5 to 100 people that spend all year planning, and they bring massive amounts of infrastructure, tents and shade structures and water to really have a quote unquote professional experience out in the desert, and they're very proficient at it. So that was a thing that I think I walked away with was how seriously people take it. And I think that speaks to what people perceive as the sacred character of it. Like, it draws that out of them, whether or not they recognize what it is. And I think from a Christian worldview, I would say that we're designed to worship, we're made to worship. And so what are we going to worship? Well, if you don't worship God, you're going to create something to worship instead of God. And I think people would take Burning Man seriously and be part of camps and very, very organized about it, because in a sense it was an act of worship for them, even if they wouldn't use that language. But I am sure that they would all agree, even back then, that going to Burning Man was an act of pilgrimage. Maybe not as heavy as we interpret that word, but like going to Burning Man is an emotional commitment. It's a financial commitment, meaning tickets even back then were $300-$400, something like that. Then you think about your food and transportation out there. So it's a big commitment to go. And so people took it very seriously so they could be as comfortable as possible, work together and have an experience and then pack up and then go back to the default world is what they called it. So they were worshiping even if they wouldn't have called it that. But I think that everyone was aware that there is a spiritual component to it, whether or not they want to admit it.
Yeah, and you mentioned that there's a lot of hedonism there. I'm really curious because my understanding is that Burning Man is very much New Age. Do you think that
Yeah.
New Age and hedonism go hand in hand? Because if you do, it seems like there's a bit of a, a contradiction or a conflict there uh, between those two. Because enlightenment is supposed to be about giving up the self, whereas hedonism is very much about the self. Am I? Do you think I'm missing something there? Or?
Nope. Nope. You get it. You get it. And this is where the religion of selfism comes in. So there's a book called Psychology as Religion by Paul Vitz, Vitz. I'm reading it right now. And so this is a religion that is never stated, but it's kind of implicit and you pick it up. It's caught, not taught, as my friends would say. And I would say that the religion of selfism is you develop and you explore yourself via experience. So your experiences are whatever they're going to be. So that could be, I'm going to try this drug because it's just another experience that will edify me or teach me something, or I'll try this meditative practice, or I'll try, I'll sleep with this person, whatever. All of these are framed as default good if they're helping you explore yourself, because the self is the most important thing. That's the American religion of selfism. And so that is a big component of the New Age, a huge component of the New Age, very focused on the self. And so again, we come back to Carl Jung and how significant he was about focusing on the inner reality of self. And so all of these different experiences are designed to unearth various parts of you. And that process of self-discovery is what's considered the highest good.
So there's this idea of discovering yourself, and that's within the New Age. But then there's also this idea of letting go of the self, which in the New Age,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
it's kind of, you
Yeah.
got both of these?
Yes, you do. Yes,
Yeah.
you do. And that is a contradiction that is not often pointed out. I think I can speak for myself when I say I would reconcile it by saying that various experiences would unlock certain things that I had to let go of. And so if there's a giant list of to-dos, I'm checking that to-do off and that to-do off. And eventually you get to the bottom of the list of your soul's to-dos, and then you attain enlightenment is probably how I would have described it at the time.
Well,
But yeah, that contradiction, you nailed that contradiction dead
well,
on.
what would like the to-dos look like? Like things that you want to do, and once you've done them, then you feel like like you're more complete. Is that the sort of to-dos that you're talking about, or like you have to do these certain things in order to attain enlightenment, like that sort of to-do list?
The to-dos would be like
Okay.
lessons. And so that's how you could take a good experience, like, oh, that was a good experience, that was a lesson. And then even that's a lesson for my soul. And then you could, if you have a bad experience, you flip it around and say, well, that was also a lesson that my soul needed to learn. And you'll hear that very often if you know anyone in the New Age, particularly around like the most significant and painful things that they go through. They will often uh, spiritually bypass it. Spiritual bypassing is an idea where you kind of pop out of your own felt experience of pain and grief by conceptualizing it. So like love and light, oh, that was just a lesson. That was just an experience that my soul needed to have. It was a lesson that my soul needed to learn. You might be grieving. You might have been betrayed or cheated on or gotten your heart broken or gone through these really terrible things. And maybe there's something truly, something to grieve there, but people will pop out and say, oh, it's just a lesson my soul needed to learn. You hear that very often.
Huh. Okay. Man, I have so many questions, but
Yeah.
so it's so interesting to me. But let's see here. So when it comes to your story, though, um, I I guess we should probably move forward. Um,
Yeah.
at this point so far, you hadn't had any interactions with the spiritual realm yet. Is that right? You've done drugs, but you hadn't done. I want to make sure we don't skip over that. You haven't interacted with the spirit realm yet, have you?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Not really. Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay, so you did Burning Man in 2003, and then you were campaigning and seeing a lot of crazy liberal nonsense in like 2010, 2011, right?
Yep.
And when was the time? Maybe I'm skipping ahead too much. I'm not sure. So tell me. But when did you decide that you wanted to start traveling? When did that happen?
That happened in 2000. So that's one of the things that happened when I took that ecstasy pills. I discovered this desire to travel the world. I had never, like, we didn't grow up traveling. I didn't feel any lack of wanting to travel. It was not part of my family's values. It was not anything that I had ever wanted to do. But suddenly in 2000, on this experience, I was gripped with this desire to see the world. I've described it as the first thing that I can ever say that I really wanted for myself. That everything else that I had been told to want, college, a career, stuff like that, all of I was told, I was taught, conditioned to want all that, but suddenly something that I identify as part of myself. I don't know how to, I haven't really considered it, but it was something that became very core to my identity. Like, I want to see the world. And so I spent, we're 2/3 of the way into a story where I had made a number of different decisions so that I would not be prevented from doing that if the moment came. So I didn't get married in my house, didn't make any big life commitments to anything, just in case the opportunity would arise for me to do that. So I was free to do that. So I lived a very boyish life, to make sure that I would never have anything to root me in case the opportunity came for me to fulfill this thing that was just like, it was just part of me. It was part of my daily life, this awareness of wanting to do that. That was 2000.
Yes, but you were basically saving from 2000 till you actually started your journey, right? Is that correct? And then you were able
Yeah,
to.
there were a lot of pieces that went into that for sure. And by the way, I would also like to say, I should mention, in fact, I just remembered this. A lot of the personal growth stuff, a lot of the personal exploration that I was doing was specifically like preparing myself for this day when I would ultimately travel. So that was my North Star. Like, why am I doing all of this psychological stuff? Why am I why am I learning all these lessons? I'm learning all these lessons to grow as a, maybe I would have said as a man. I think I would have said that. Maybe as a being or a soul, I might have said that as well, so that I can prepare for this journey. So that was that was the thing that I was consistently moving towards. It was like, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to make decisions that will make it possible. I will not make decisions that don't make it possible. And I will continue growing as a being, as a soul, until I am prepared to do this thing. So it was like 15 years of not single focus, but pretty single focus towards it.
Okay, so you kind of viewed everything that you were doing as a means to an end, and the end was the travel. I mean, did you have any in
Yeah.
your mind for what would happen after the travel, or is it like, this is just what I want to do, and everything else is just getting me ready for this? This is the end game, though. This is the goal.
I did ultimately come up with an end game, but through most of that process, the travel itself was the end goal. Before I left, I did ultimately have an end game for it.
Okay. So it sounds like there was some other stuff though that you wanted to talk about before you actually started your travel, right? You said
Yep.
you went to Burning Man 2013, but don't let me go to that if you had some other stuff as well. We left off, you were like seeing crazy liberal stuff in like 2010, 2011.
Yeah. The last lesson that I would say that I took away from Occupy is that I was looking around at all these different liberal interest groups competing for whose cause was the most important. So you had the group saying, if we just save the spotted owl, that'll fix everything. Or if we just get rid of the banks, that'll fix everything. Or if we just build this dam, that'll do everything. So you had all these competing interest groups that were all saying that their issue was the most important one. And I looked,
The liberals were against the banks?
yeah, Occupy Wall Street was actually, that's the crazy thing. So, yeah, well, prior to wokeness, Occupy Wall Street was very much about the financial crisis. Was very much about the what was it called? Where they would take a bunch of mortgage-backed securities and they would all get looped together, and that big bunch of mortgages were sold, and then the mortgages there were bad mortgages built into that bunch, and they exploded, and it brought down the economy. So Occupy Wall Street was originally an economic thing that was about the financial crisis of 2008 and 2009 that was caused by the big banks, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. The liberals were furious about that because it had brought down the economy, and they saw corruption at the big banks, and they're like, we're not going to stand for this. So yeah, this is back when the left was still very anti-institutional. This is pre-woke, though. So that's why I got involved. I didn't like wokeness was not a thing. I was a 6 foot tall white guy back then, like I am now. No one had any problem with me being part of Occupy. It was all about, we want to see this is what I worked on. So I was part of a group called the Ideological Liberation Working Group. We made wanted posters for Jamie Dimon and all the different, JP Morgan, all the CEOs of these big banks, and we hung them up around San Francisco. It was explicitly what I was working on. What I was interested was explicitly about punishing corruption at the highest level of the financial crisis, because they got bailed out. And that's what Occupy was originally about.
Wow. I'm sorry, though. I did interrupt you.
That's
You
okay.
were saying that the last lesson that you took away, or that you had another thing that you wanted to tell us about the liberals that you learned.
Yeah, so it was just that there are all these different groups that all thought that their thing was the most important thing. And so I was like, there's no way that could be the case. Like there can be no one single key to all of this. And so that was the first time that I began thinking that maybe the things that are wrong with the world are ultimately systemic, meaning it's more than just like, well, if we just get everyone healthcare. Like, no, there's something systemically wrong. And so that got me open to the idea of questioning deeper levels of reality.
I do want to touch on that really quickly, because me, and I talk about this sometimes, which is that the liberal mind, they kind of think that the problems in the world are external to us. I think you would agree with that based on what you just said. It's like, if we fix this, like if everybody's just equal, then there's not going to be any problems.
Right.
If you just do this external thing, like if we just get rid of all the rich people, or whatever the thing is, it's some external problem, and we fix that, and then there won't be any problem anymore. And the Christian, we're like, the problem is us. If you fix this problem over here, it doesn't matter. We still are sinful, and there'll just be new problems because we are the problem. We have a sin nature. I just think that that's so obviously true. Like imagine a world where everybody has what they need, and like everybody has all the food and the comfort. It's like, are you really telling me that people wouldn't still be mean to each other?
Right.
Of course they.
Right.
Yeah. Of course they would. People would still be jealous. They'd find a reason to be mean to each other, and have bad days. And yeah, I mean, I think people would probably be even less happy, honestly, than they are now. Because people are fun.
Well, I mean, you can take that back to Jean-Jacques Rousseau, and who's maybe the father of liberalism, and he said, "Man is born free, and everywhere is in chains."
Yeah.
So the idea is that we are innately good, and it's really our systems that are broken. And so if we fix the systems, then everything will be hunky dory. So we just need a better, bigger government, and that better, bigger government will just take care of all the problems, and AI, and it'll enable us to live the free lives that we are made to.
Yeah, I mean, because he had the idea of like the noble savage, right? Where
Correct.
Fundamentally good, and something external to us is causing us to be bad. So we just need to fix this external thing, and then we'll be good. And it's very much the opposite of what Christianity says. I just think that, you don't, I mean, we say this all the time as Christians, but maybe other people in here haven't heard it. You don't have to teach a child to lie.
Yeah.
I know, I have children. You don't have to teach a child to like hit their brother or their sister. They just do it. We're just bad. Things are just bad. But anyway, I just wanted to touch on that real quick. Thank you.
Yeah.
So after 2010, 2011, and you're seeing all this stuff. What happened after that?
So in 2013, three things happened basically all at the same time. I went back to Burning Man for the first time in 10 years. I discovered what's called the Mankind Project, which was a weekend men's initiation. And I discovered the world of the world of conspiracy theories, like the deep world of conspiracy theories. All of that happened in August, September, October of 2013.
Okay, do you want to talk about all of those things?
Yeah, I can just do a high level of all of them because they're all their own topics. So I went back to Burning Man with my girlfriend at the time and some friends who were going there for their honeymoon. And we were on the way. You'll appreciate this. We were on the way there, and I had started getting into a Facebook argument with a guy over climate change. Now, remember, I'm very super liberal at the time, and so I'm arguing with this guy about climate change, and he's the first guy who's arguing with me back about it from a perspective that is not some crazy Christian stuff. Like, he's actually making sensible, reasoned arguments. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And so then we get out a cell signal and get into the playa, and I forget about it for a few days. And I come back out and I re-engage with this guy. His name is actually Bernard Gunther, and he has one of the most popular New Age podcasts in the world. He was a much less big a deal back then, but still had quite a few followers. And so I followed him on Facebook and started interacting with some of the people that I met there. And that's when I got introduced to the topic set called satanic ritual abuse.
Oh, yeah. Man,
yep.
I can't believe you're bringing that up. That is fascinating.
Yeah, that was my red pill.
Yeah. Wow. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, love to.
Man, I don't think there's a lot of, I don't know, how much awareness do you think people have about that? Because that's something I never talk about on my account, but I have went and looked into all of that. And I just think that, well, it's very, very scary, but also fascinating.
Yeah, so there was something, I think it was in the 80s, called the Satanic Panic.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that was a psyop.
Yeah.
That was it was a lot of grifters, and then it was a psyop that was used to distract and make the whole thing seem like there was all smoke and no fire. But what started that era was something that's called the Greenbaum speech by a man named Dr. Corydon Hammond.
That speech, I've heard that. Yeah, he talked.
Yep.
Yeah. Do you want to tell everybody what he said?
Yeah. So the Greenbaum speech was a talk. So Dr. Corydon Hammond was the nation's leading expert in, some people have heard it referred to as multiple personality disorder, but now it's known as dissociative identity disorder. Same thing. In the 1980s, Dr. Corydon Hammond was the national leading recognized guy in that subject set. And so he was speaking at a conference of all of the doctors, all of the psychiatrists who would treat multiple personality disorder, MPD, across the country. And so he's giving the speech. This is recorded. It's recorded and it's transcribed, so you can read it or you can listen to it. It's on YouTube. So Corydon Hammond, Hammond, Greenbaum speech, Greenbaum. If it's not on YouTube, you'll find it on BitChute. So this is an actual recording.
I tried to find it a while back and I couldn't find it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, it might be back up now, but yeah, I mean, I listened to the whole thing and then I was like, man, I need to go back and listen to that about a year ago, and I couldn't find it. I didn't look really hard, but it wasn't as easy to find as the first time when I went to find it. But anyway, go ahead and tell everybody what he said.
Yeah, it's on. If you look on YouTube, it might not be under the Greenbaum speech. It might be under hypnosis and ritual abuse. So that's probably what you'll find it under. That's what I found it over sometime in the past year. I listened to it. I listened to it this summer, so it was still on YouTube as of like June, I'm pretty sure. So he's the national leading expert in this topic, and he said, "Look, all of us have been doing this work with people who have multiple personality, dissociative identity disorder, and all of us have encountered." This is what it actually says. He says this in the speech. You can read it. You can hear it. So we've all. Go ahead.
Real quick, I just want to make sure everybody's tracking here. He's literally saying this to a bunch of other psychologists, like in a room where it's recorded, to a bunch of other psychologists, saying this publicly to them. Like, we all know that this is going on, basically.
Yes. And
so go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it. He's speaking at a conference like the annual conference for this, like there might be 100 people, 200 people across the whole country that deal with this topic set with very seriously what we might call mentally ill people, dissociative multiple personality disorder. This is like, it's like 200 people. It's being recorded. He said, we've all encountered this, and today we're going to talk about it. And the whole room applauds. Like everyone starts clapping. And in the transcript that I read, it just says applause. And so like, I will never forget that moment where this guy is talking about the stuff and the whole room acknowledges, like 200 professionals with the national leading expert. They all acknowledge this is a thing, and they've all been waiting for someone to say it. And the national leading expert finally says it, and the whole room applauds. And then like, I will never forget when that cracked my worldview open, because here's information that exists so far outside of my realm of reality. It's very clearly credible by a man with enough letters after his name and a textbook that he should know what he's talking about. And it's being attested via applause by an entire room full of people.
Yeah.
And that just shattered my worldview.
Yeah.
And so everything I'm reading after that is like, what is going on? That was me falling down the rabbit hole.
You should probably tell briefly what it is that he actually said, like what they were applauding and what, like a brief summary of what's actually like going on. Cause I'm not sure that everybody here is going to know like what satanic ritual is, ritual abuse is, and how it causes multiple personality disorder and all of that.
Yeah. So what he was basically talking about is you have adult patients who, inside one person, they have multiple personalities. So, a woman might be Bob one minute, same woman, and then she might be Jane the next minute or whatever. And these are completely independent personalities, different thought processes and everything. And it's a very serious condition. And what Dr. Hammond, the gist of the speech is that he had discovered through repeated questioning and talking to all of these people that a specific set of questions would lead to responses saying, I'm sorry, you don't have access to that information. Which is very strange, right? Which is like, or you need a code to access that information. Meaning like there was some indication that this wasn't just something natural that had happened to the minds of these individuals. It was that their minds had been actively broken as children through essentially torture. And through the process of torturing young children, you can then you can break the mind and then reprogram it into different personalities. And he had encountered not only the programming in individuals, but the suggestion that this was a nationwide coordinated effort that had gone on for years, that it wasn't just like, here's this happened with this person. It's that there's a whole network of this going on. And so that's what sparked off the so-called satanic panic, that it's like, it's this nationwide thing. Other psychiatrists had encountered it. And so people started coming forward. This has happened to me. This has happened to me. Grifters. Dr. Hammond became quite famous. Perhaps he let some of the fame go to his head a little bit, but it ultimately discredited this very real phenomenon. Like he wasn't seeking fame in the moment, but it ultimately, that's what occurred. But he had discovered again that, children were being tortured in various ways, under the auspices of satanic symbolism, occult programming, in some inconsistent ways. Like the programming was consistent, meaning that the same questions would lead to the same results in different people across the country. And so that indicated systematization. And so that was what everyone was excited about, because no one had the courage. And he had also said that he had received some information. He had been tipped off about it as well. So it was a big deal to read that.
Yeah. Well, and if I remember correctly, he was also explaining in the conference, in his speech, some of the methods that he used to deprogram people and to bring the different parts of their mind back together, and how difficult it was, because basically their programming would be very sophisticated, where if he asked the wrong questions, or he didn't go about doing certain things in the correct order, or he didn't use the right words or whatever, then basically that person might go and shoot themselves or shoot him or something like that. Like he could
Right.
reactions that could be potentially very dangerous to that person, or just shut down the conversation completely or whatever. So there are like these traps in the subconscious that he had to maneuver around. And he was explaining like that these traps existed and how he would kind of get around them sometimes. And a really uh, fascinating speech.
Yeah. It's scary too. Like, that was the thing. It was just like, again, I encountered this information. It's like, what do I do with this? Like, so this doesn't fit into my worldview at all. And the information is credible. Like, I couldn't argue with it, you know? So it was like, what do I do? Do I throw out the information or do I throw out my worldview? And I've always been the sort of guy to throw out my worldview if I encounter true information. So I threw out my worldview. And that's what led me into the entire world of the deep conspiracy theory stuff. Like, just name the topics, and I went into all of it.
So, what would you say that your worldview was before you listened to this? You were obviously a liberal. Would you say that you believed in God at this time?
Oh, it's a good question. I don't know. I think I would have said that there's something. You know, like, I never didn't believe in God, but whether I would have believed I didn't believe in the personal God of the Bible. I believed in the universe, which is this very fuzzy, nebulous concept that has like kind of some knowledge of you, but that's also is sort of impersonal. You know, like, I didn't really have a solid crystallized idea. I was never an atheist. I was never a materialist. But I never I never really thought through the concept of God. Yeah, in a way.
Okay, so you heard the Greenbaum speech, and you said two other big things happened as well, right? Have you
Yeah,
talked about those?
I went back to Burning Man, and then
Yeah.
I encountered I encountered the Mankind Project men's retreat, and I discovered that my questions that I had had about what it means to be a man for 12 years at that point were shared with tens of thousands of men around the world.
Okay. So why was it? What was it significant that you went back to Burning Man?
Well, because I hadn't been back in a decade,
Oh,
and I had gotten to see the festival go from being 30,000 people, we don't know what we're doing, to very professional, multi-million-dollar art cars. Like, Burning Man in the time had gone from this crazy renegade thing in the desert to, you know, the festival had gone professional, it had gone pro.
okay, I see. And how big of an effect was the men's retreat that you went to? Like, how big of an effect did that have on you?
Oh, it was huge. That it sort of was like, it introduced me, you know, like most guys in San Francisco. Like, I had my girlfriend, and most of the relationships that I knew, you know, the woman led more or less, either like mostly quietly. Like, it was just kind of acknowledged that women are in charge. We
Like
would never
happy
say
life,
it.
happy life, that sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. We lived in, you know, we drank feminism, you know, for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and that was just the world. And so the opportunity to actually, now these men's groups, that was still in the room, but at least it gave us the opportunity to be with each other and talk about our lives as men in, we'd say, privacy, secrecy, in the sense of like, it's acknowledged you're not supposed to share any of this stuff. Um, you know, nothing criminal, obviously, but it's just like, hey, we can actually, like, who are we as men? What does it mean to be a man? How can we sit around and talk about our lives and get feedback from each other as men without women listening? And so that was a very powerful experience of me to learn, like, yeah, no, men think about life differently than women do, and that's okay.
Yeah.
Because earlier I had said that I believed that I was broken because I wasn't the frat boy. And in the same sense, there is also in secular America the idea that the female experience is normative and men are broken versions of women. And that idea is just out there. And so that's not articulated, but it's felt. And so to realize, no, that's not the case. There is a unique thing called men, and we have our own interests and wants and the way that we think about things. And that's okay. And that was where I learned that idea.
What made you want to go to that retreat?
Someone posted on Facebook. They said it's just an acquaintance. Like, if he and I had walked past each other on the street, I might have recognized him. He might not have recognized me. He posted on Facebook one day, "Today I begin my new warrior training adventure." And I looked at that and I'm like, well, that sounds like something I would do. Because again, I'm like very experience centric. So it what isn't cool about something called a new warrior training adventure?
Yeah, it's a great name.
Yeah, exactly.
So you're like, I'm in.
Yeah. Oh, basically, yeah. I mean,
Wow.
I did my research.
Yeah.
Just like I totally had just forgotten this. Oh my gosh. So like I went to the website, the New Warrior Training Adventure website, and I scoured the website because the branding was kind of strange. And I was like, is this going to be some weird Christian thing? I had completely forgot about that until just now. Because I was reading it trying to find like any sneaky Christian language. There wasn't any, of course, because it's a Jungian thing, but oh man, because I didn't want to like get into a situation where I was going to this thing that sounded really cool and then get like sneaky evangelized at the very end. You know what I mean? That's yeah. Well, I had actually during my startup days, I had actually worked with a guy who was a Christian. At least he claimed he was, and he emotionally manipulated me at one point because I was going through some stuff. I called him for help. He was just like, okay, I'll call. Jeff was his name. I just called him, and he kind of manipulated me into saying the sinner's prayer. And so and that was the end of the conversation. Like, you're good, you're saved, bye. And so I didn't want to experience that again.
Yeah, that's totally understandable. Don't do that, Christians.
Yeah, please.
Please don't do that.
Yeah.
Okay. So you had these three really big things all happen in 2013. You went to Burning Man, the men's retreat, and you heard the Green Bomb speech. So then what?
So studying the conspiracy stuff, I became friends with Bernard Gunther, and I posted. There was stuff happening with Israel, not too different from what's happening now. I have a tattoo on my left shoulder of I had been to Israel in 2005 as part of a program called Birthright Israel, which is an all expense paid 10-day trip through Israel for anyone under the age of 27 who can demonstrate at least one Jewish parent. And so it's not Jews know about it. It's not a super well-known thing. As long as you can get yourself to an airport that flies El Al Airlines. So that's like New Jersey and maybe LaGuardia and something like that. So I had been to Israel and I'd gotten an Israeli flag tattoo on my left shoulder. I ultimately got that covered up with a stone pillar, kept the Jewish star, and I had the words Tikkun Olam tattooed on my shoulder. It's quite a big tattoo. And Tikkun Olam means to heal the world. That's what I had heard it was about. So Israel, all the stuff started happening with Israel, and I wrote this post about like this is what being Jewish means to me about healing the world. It means responsibility. It means care. It means service, because that's very true. So I wrote this post, and Bernard, who at this point had a very massive worldwide following, shared it with his people. And it went viral. The first time I'd ever written anything that had gone viral. That was pretty crazy. And I got a DM or a message from someone somewhere in Europe saying, "Hey, your tattoo is really interesting. Do you know anything about the Kabbalah?" I'm like, "No." I had sort of heard about occultism, but I'd never looked into it. And he's like, "Well, you might be interested in this mystery school here. Check out this website and you can sign up to take courses." And so that was my introduction to the occult. That was 2014, not long after the Greenbaum speech.
Now, I'm sorry, but I just want to make sure. Did you say what you covered the tattoo with?
Yeah, so it was just an Israeli flag. I got it covered with, it's like a stone pillar, like a lantern, like a Japanese stone pillar lantern, where the fire is like the Jewish star, and then it says Tikkun Olam in English letters on it.
And that has to do with occultism?
Yeah, because in the Kabbalah, the word, let's see, I think the Hebrew word for stone is ebed, which I think means like father and son, if you split it, something like that. And so Tikkun Olam is also a Kabbalistic phrase. So he looked at the stone pillar lantern, stone, ebed, Tikkun Olam, and he's like, oh, this has occult symbolism. That's what he was reading into it. That's why he was interested. It didn't have any occult symbolism to me. I just like Japanese stone pillar lanterns, and I wanted to get the tattoo covered up. So he looked into that's why he was curious if I knew about the Kabbalah, from the symbolism that was accidentally in it.
Okay, I see. Well, what's interesting to me is that you didn't really know about occultism, but in a way, you really were already in occultism. I mean, you're going to Burning Man, you're studying Jung, you're doing these depth psychology things, right? I mean, that's all. I mean, it's all related when you say.
It is, but it's important to draw a line like from within the New Age world. Occultism is associated with like black magic, pentagrams, and stuff like that. So it's considered like evil, and so so that's why people from the West tend to focus on the Eastern mysticism. Yes, like at the bottom they're the same, but the Eastern mysticism has an exotic nature to it. It has a shiny, happy, friendly, psychedelic, kind of paint job veneer on it. And so that occultism stuff, that's like all super weird and it's like sacrifice. Like I don't want to get mixed up in that.
Okay.
But the guy pointing me towards this, he's like, well, just go check it out. And so when I looked at this mystery school, this website, they were sort of explaining like, no, this is not what it's about. It's about, self-mastery and all this different stuff. So it was the first time like I had seen occult symbols. I'm like, I don't have anything to do with that. But this mystery school was explaining like, no, that's its own thing. What true occultism really is a self-mastery thing. I'm like, oh, that's interesting to me. So that was how it became an on-ramp from Eastern mysticism to Western occultism.
Wow. Okay. So just to make sure, the way that I heard it explained, but you know more about this than me, is that there's this idea of like white magic and black magic. Is that
right?
Really, like New Age would say that they're the white magic and that occultism is the black magic, and that's kind of how they think of it.
No, I don't. I don't know that they would say that. Within the occult world, they would, but the New Age world doesn't think of itself as occult at all. Like occult is specifically a term related to forbidden, dark knowledge, and so that's the understanding that I had of the word. That everything in the occult is forbidden because it's morally evil in the sense that any good person would recognize. Not that it's morally evil because it rejects God, but just because there's like human sacrifice or animal sacrifice, right? So even though ultimately Eastern mysticism is occultic in nature, the word itself almost exclusively applies to the Western tradition within the New Age.
Well, that's interesting. But and correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't in New Age isn't that also about pursuing like kind of esoteric secret knowledge? I mean, you're trying to attain enlightenment, which isn't something that just anybody can do. I mean, you basically have to tap into something that pretty much nobody has tapped into. I mean, isn't it occultic in that way? Just from that lens where it's like knowledge that virtually no one has that you try.
Yes. Well, and you'll find this very interesting. This ties back to Jung because Eastern occult knowledge is communicated through symbols. You can't really communicate it in words because symbols, a picture is worth 1,000 words. So symbols have that power. So what the Jungian perspective on that is that symbols speak to our unconscious mind. So because we're in the West, and if we pursue occultism through Eastern mysticism, the Eastern symbols don't work on the Western mind. A good example is the lotus flower. So someone from America or someone from the West looking at the symbol of a lotus flower, that image doesn't mean as much to us because there are no lotus flowers in America and Europe. There are lotus flowers in the East. So that symbol has meaning. So what the occultists would say is that really what Westerners should be doing is instead of engaging with these Eastern symbols, you should be engaging with Western occult symbols because they work more powerfully on your subconscious mind. And that was compelling to me. It's like, oh, I'm trying to speak this foreign language when I can just speak this suppressed language in my own.
Will, are you still there? I might have just lost you. If you can still hear me, Will, would you mind dropping out and coming back? I'm sorry about that. Hopefully, maybe it's my Wi-Fi. I might need to take that off or something. Can anybody hear me right now? Torch, can you hear me? Can you guys give me a thumbs up if you can hear me?
You still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Hello? Yeah, sorry about that. I have an app that blocks all social media on my phone, after 9 o'clock, and so it kicked on.
Okay.
So I had to wait 30 seconds to be able to turn the block off. So my bad.
Okay. Yeah, I thought it was me. I thought I had lost you. I was asking if you could drop out and come back.
Oh yeah, no, that's just myself. It's an app called Opal. It's actually pretty good. So I use that to keep me off social media more than I should be.
Okay. um. Anyway, so you were saying though, it's man. I this is something I never talk about on my account, but I've looked into
Let's go.
stuff, and what you said, a picture is worth 1,000 words. I've heard it said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and a symbol is worth 1,000 pictures.
Oh yeah.
And this is just something that most people, maybe it's becoming more common now in the West because of New Age and stuff, but people just don't really understand this, and it's so fascinating. I don't know if I want to get into it or not. I mean, I do want to get into it, but
Yeah.
like,
No, symbols are super powerful.
yeah, I mean, and basically, like, you kind of like charge them in a way where
Yep.
basically you put them in front of people and you have certain things. So, okay, let me.
You're talking about sigils now, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, one way I would think of it is like association. So like a good example would be like, what's the association, or how do we think of a bee? Like if I showed you a symbol of a bee or whatever, we think of bees as being, not pleasant to be around. Like we don't want to be around bees. And why is that? Because we associate bees with being stung. There's
Right.
the association. And so basically that's what these occultists are doing with symbols, is they put a symbol in front of you and then they associate that symbol with something else, like maybe
Yeah.
pain or a pleasant feeling or whatever, and they're basically charging that symbol so that when you see the symbol, it associates with the message that they want. But they put in tons of layers of communication. Basically, they pack it into each symbol. Like it's insane how much one symbol can represent.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Anyway, it's been a while since I looked into all of this because I mostly talk about philosophy now. But this is just fascinating to me.
Yeah. It's like the power, and that's what ultimately. So I got into this mystery school, and that's essentially what they taught is. You have tarot cards, so you have the 22 major trumps of the tarot. Now, most people know of tarot as a fortune telling device. Now, you can use it for that, but what this mystery school would teach, and they're not the only ones, is that tarot is actually 22 cards, and each one is a matrix of various symbols associated together. And through the individual cards and through the arrangements of cards together, you learn the Kabbalah through the secret symbolic language. So first, so it was a 2-year process of me learning how the tarot kind of works. So like there are 22 cards, and the first course that I took was like maybe a 2 or 3 month overview of the whole thing. It was one lesson a week, and the lesson was like eight single spaced pages. And so I took that lesson, and that was I passed an exam out of the introductory lesson, and then I took a course which was 1 week for each card, so another 22 weeks, something like that. So that's another, what is that? Another 4 months for I can't even do the math, 5 months, something like that. I passed that exam where each card was gone over for a week. And then I took another course. This was the third course that I took, where each card gets 2 weeks. So the first week is a top layer, and the second week is a deeper layer. And so I did that. That was about 2 years worth of 2 years worth of lessons. And so I learned the various symbol matrices of the 22 major tarot trumps. And through studying the symbols and meditating on them, that's how you learn Kabbalah. And so that's what this mystery school was teaching. And so you're very right that a symbol is worth 1,000 pictures, because each tarot card, if you were to pull one up right now, I could, tell you what the various symbols mean, and what the card is trying to communicate that wouldn't necessarily be obvious. And so that was a daily pursuit, literally every morning for 2 years.
Wow. And so when you were studying that, did you think that you were studying occultism at that time? Or you like, this is occultism, or did it seem kind of like occultism light to you, or like how did you perceive all of that?
I had learned that the word occult didn't have necessarily negative connotations. Occult just means hidden.
Yeah.
And so I no longer associated with the word occult with evil.
Okay.
It was just hidden knowledge that I was studying at this point in the Western tradition. And instead of trying to learn occult knowledge through Eastern symbols, which were less effective on my Western mind, I was learning the same things through a Western perspective, and they are ultimately very similar.
Yeah, absolutely. Real quick, I do want to reset the space. I just want to say I'm really enjoying this. I hope you all are too. Thanks so much for being here, everybody. If you are enjoying this, please retweet the space. Please let other people know to come in here because, I mean, he hasn't even started his journey
I
yet.
know.
I keep taking him down these rabbit holes because it's just so fascinating. But yeah, please retweet the space. And if you guys have any questions or anything, please write those down. I do want to do a little bit of a Q&A.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're studying the tarot cards, and you did that for like 2 years. Then what?
Yeah. So two things were happening. We're talking about the time period from 2013 to 2015. So, well, really three things. So I was doing my daily study of the tarot and the Kabbalah, like every morning, studying a card, meditating on it, etc. And at that stage, um, it's very much about manifesting your will. Like like you are reconfiguring your mind using these tools to sort of like a hyper advanced PhD level of the secret to manifest your desires in reality. That's at that level. Way later, it gets into other stuff.
But yeah.
And so at the same time, I've gone to the Mankind Project and I'm participating in men's groups. So every Monday night, I'm meeting with just a group of men to talk about what's going on in our lives. And the group's anywhere from like 5 to 8 and sometimes 10 guys. And I'm also in weekly psychotherapy with a Jungian transpersonal psychologist. So during this period of time, I am super deep in this stuff, like all of it.
Sorry, the men's groups that you're going to, these guys weren't really like conservatives, right? They were kind of like new age Jungian type guys. Is that right? Or
I don't know that they would describe themselves necessarily that way. I was, but a lot of these guys were just everyday average guys, like everyday average San Francisco guys. So I was I was probably the therapist and I were the most mystical dudes, but all the other guys in the circle were like just everyday average guys. One guy might have actually been, a conservative. Actually, he didn't talk about politics much, but maybe he was.
Well, if he wasn't talking about politics, he probably was conservative.
Yeah,
that's how it is in Hollywood,
Yeah, it's very possible.
You can tell somebody's politics by how often they talk about them. But,
right.
Anyway, yeah, I was just curious about that.
Yeah.
Go ahead, though. Sorry.
Yeah. So I'm like, at this point, I'm super embedded in the New Age stuff. Like, again, like I'm studying the tarot and Kabbalah. This is the first time I've ever like put these pieces together. I'm studying the tarot and Kabbalah every single day, every single morning for, I don't know, like 20 minutes, an hour, something like that. And like really, really invested in it. I'm in a men's group every Monday night, and I'm in therapy on Thursdays. And so, between those three poles, like I'm just like, I would describe it at the time, like I'm just growing really fast. I'm working through all this stuff. I'm grieving a lot, working through a lot of quote unquote trauma, learning to manifest my will and my entire. So remember what I said earlier about, my entire goal for 15 years was travel. So, and everything that I would do experientially was meant to kind of grow as a man to be prepared for this journey. So this is what I'm doing every day or twice a week, just digging, like just grinding it out, really just trying to get myself into a mental, emotional, psychological, spiritual place to do this thing. It's like sprinting in the home stretch. I didn't know it was a home stretch at the time, but in the long view, I can see. And so from within less than 2 years, from September of 2013 to August of 2015, I was in a dead end relationship that I was trapped in. I felt.
Hey, wait.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Wait. Really, I gotta ask this.
Yeah.
I gotta ask. How much do you think it actually helped now that you're on the other side of it? I'm really curious. Now that you did all the traveling and everything, how much do you think everything that you did leading up to it helped you to get through the traveling? Because you did, like, you survived the traveling. You know, you had a lot of experiences. How beneficial do you think all of that stuff actually was now?
The only thing that's beneficial about any of it is the opportunity to grieve. So a lot of people will talk about this thing called trauma, this idea that hurtful things happen to us in our past and that these hurtful things damage us, and we need to heal from trauma in the same way that, God forbid you should get in a car accident, or you get hit by something, your body will develop all these bruises, you know what I mean? And then that's physical trauma, and you need to heal from that trauma psychologically. I don't believe in any of that. Because believe me, I did trauma healing like it was my job for like 6 years. And at the end of that, after I became Christian, I had to, something in me definitively changed. And I can say that for sure. So I had to think Christianly, saying like, okay, what actually happened there? What did I get in a biblical category that was actually good? And the only answer that I've come to, and I think the only valid answer, and I think the most important answer, and the only true answer, is the opportunity to grieve. So I think many of us go through times in our lives where bad things do happen to us. That is just true. We live in a fallen world. That's not traumatic, but it does in a sense, shatter our perceptions of reality, which is to say, I don't know. This is the example that I always use. Imagine you're walking down the street with your dad, and you're like 5 years old, and you walk past this yard, and the yard is fenced in, right? And so you're just walking past this fenced yard, and you're just enjoying life as a little 5-year-old kid looking at a butterfly or whatever, and suddenly this dog jumps out at you and barks. Rawr, 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 rawr. Dog is chained. There's a fence. You're never in any actual danger, but the dog scares the crap out of you, and then you fall back against this tree and you bonk your head on a tree, right? And your head starts bleeding, right? So no one is at fault. You were never in any actual danger. Like you did. Dad didn't even see the dog. The dog was just sitting, minded its own business, etc. So there's no fault there. But nonetheless, you get the crap scared out of you. You bonk your head, you bleed, you're crying, right? Now, some people might call that a traumatic experience, and then you grow up, and then from then on, you're afraid of dogs, right? Like, I just can't be near a dog. I freak out because I had this traumatic experience when I was near a dog. I think a better and more biblical way to understand that is what has actually happened is this illusion of safety. As a 5-year-old kid, this illusion that you're safe has suddenly been shattered by the reality that you live in a dangerous world. Your naivete has now been taken from you. You didn't even know you had it. And you grieve that loss of your innocence. But we're not accustomed to thinking of things in those terms. So really, you don't need to heal from the trauma of being barked at by a dog. You weren't actually attacked, like you just barked at. You have to grieve the loss of your innocence. Because I spent years, like on carpets, in therapy, when you talk about ayahuasca, crying my guts out, turning myself inside out, like just trying to empty it all out. And I succeeded. But like, had I healed any trauma, or had I just grieved? Like, I didn't talk about my upbringing, really. This is not the space to talk about my childhood kind of in that way. But like, there were some things that went on that were pretty serious. But like, whoever has the chance to grieve that, like, you're a kid, you grow up in a particular environment where things happen, and like, you don't even know what you need. You just had stuff taken from you. And so as you grow up as an adult, you're carrying this pain of loss, and the opportunity to cry and truly grieve it out was what was healing. So what did I walk away with? I walked away with repeated opportunities to grieve things that I had lost. And departing from that grief, which I think is natural and which is real, and which we see in the Bible, actually letting that grief out is healing, because we no longer carry it, and it's liberating. It's not healing trauma, it's grieving loss. And that is something that our culture is not good at. Our culture fears death. Our culture fears loss. It holds on to everything. You see this in hoarders. We have to acknowledge that life comes with death, comes with loss, and the ability to grieve it and let it go There are other cultures that are far better at that. The Irish wake, you look at the way that, if there's a bombing in the Middle East, God forbid, you see the way that people wail. They allow themselves to grieve in a way that Americans don't. So what did I get? What was beneficial was the opportunity to grieve.
That's really interesting. And it's very true. We tend to be very reserved in the West when it comes to these sort of things. I mean, women may be a little bit less reserved at a funeral and that sort of thing. I know my wife, she likes to cut loose with her emotions. Might be listening.
There's good and bad to that.
But no. But that's really an interesting way of putting it. I haven't heard you say that before, I don't think. But
yeah, it's really important. It's something I plan to talk about a lot more.
Yeah.
Well, and the thing that I want to say in response, in addition to it, is that healing trauma, you can make a lot of money healing trauma.
Mm-hmm.
You can say, I have the secret technique that will help you heal trauma. And there are plenty of people around the world, new age people, psychological people, you name it. I don't know if you saw the video going around of the ladies that were in the forest, like screaming and banging the sticks on the ground. Did you see that?
Yeah, that's
okay. I'll guarantee you, and the men who were on the men's retreat that are like floating in the hot tub and crying.
Yep, I saw
you see that one as well?
Yeah.
I guarantee you that maybe not on the outward facing materials, but maybe probably, very likely, but certainly in the events themselves, the word healing trauma was said. These are mystical techniques to heal trauma. And none of that. When you grieving loss is not profitable. If you just tell somebody you have the ability to grieve loss and we're going to sit and we're going to talk about it and whatever comes out, just let it come out, which is a natural human function in conversation, grieve. You can't make a ton of money doing that, but you can say, I have this magical trauma healing workshop where I'm going to give you these sacred sticks and you're going to bang and you're going to scream and it's going to heal the trauma. It's no, all you need to do is grieve. Maybe something terrible happened to you. Very probably. Grieve it, forgive it, let it go as you've been forgiven. But you can't make money doing that.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's basically a misdiagnosis, and it kind of, I mean, from what you're saying anyway, and it makes sense actually from a business standpoint to misdiagnose, because then you're not actually solving the problem either.
That's right. You nailed it. And that's where the New Age world is hyper commercialized. That you have this entire world where you have this individual, self-focused, experiential focused, growth, growth through experience. And this is what I was doing. You do this form of trauma healing. And then there's probably something else that'll come out if you try past life regression hypnotherapy. I did that. Okay. Then try rosin method body work, which is basically like laying on of hands. It's you lie there and you're under a sheet and someone just holds their hand about an inch above your body, right? You try that, or you do therapy, or you do family constellation therapy, or you do sound healing. All these things are different ways. And this is what I would have said at the time. They're different angles in to get at the various trauma that you have, right? So what won't come out in therapy, through talking, because not everyone is very verbal and very verbal. You might have noticed some people are more physical. So they do craniosacral massage, or they do sound healing, or they do dance therapy. It's different ways in to people's quote unquote trauma. Really all it is just creating a space where people feel safe to grieve. And they label it trauma because trauma is a condition that can be monetized. If you try and monetize the condition of grief, you're a scumbag.
Yeah. Wow. That's incredible. All right. I'm
gonna clip that. I'm gonna make that a clip and put that on Twitter.
You really should, honestly.
Yeah.
So, where were we?
Well, we were talking about the amount of effort that I was putting into my own personal growth through 20. Okay, so what happened at the result of all of that was I mentioned that my mom had died in 2006. The circumstances of that were quite difficult. I had a memorial service for her in July of 2015, and finally, as a result of this memorial service, I didn't know how much grief I had stored over that. It was just a small group of friends on the beach and my therapist, and I just exploded in grief. Tears I invited all my close friends. There were 8 people there. I just thought it was going to be a quiet personal thing that I wanted my friends there to experience. Meanwhile, I just exploded in one of the biggest displays of grief I think I've probably ever done in front of all of them. It was uncontrollable. It was very necessary. At the end of that, after that memorial, everyone was in shell shock afterwards. And I was like, guys, if I knew that was going to happen, I probably would have warned you in advance, but it took me by surprise. But at the end of that experience, I was so exhausted. I was absolutely spent for like 3 days. And when I was lying there in bed, just trying to recover from really this explosive experience of grief, which I needed to have happen, all I wanted to do was study my tarot cards. That's all I wanted to do. And I didn't think that meant anything about the tarot itself. It just kind of meant that, like, I was still very much in the music world. I was trying to learn how to produce electronic music. It was like pulling teeth. And I was like, what am I doing? Like, why am I pursuing this music thing still when I'm not any good at it? I don't love it. This spirituality stuff, this I do love. And so I just quit my entire music career. And I decided I'm going to go back to school and learn how to be a psychotherapist. Like, I want to help other people go through the things, men particularly, go through what I've been through. So this is summer of 2015. I quit my music career, such as it was, go to visit the psychotherapy school, go tour this school. And I realize that I've been in this 10-year-long relationship with someone that I don't want to be with. There's a lot of reasons why I was there. In part, she had gotten sick with cancer during the relationship. She was in remission. And I was like, what kind of man am I if I leave? But meanwhile, I was like, how can I stay? Because I'm lying. So I ultimately, there was no possibility of kids. It wasn't going anywhere. And I was like, I can't stay anymore. So this was a big part of my life that I haven't really talked about, but I ended the relationship. I was honoring about it. I said, I'm sorry, let me help you get into a new apartment. I just wanted her to know how much I cared about her, but it was time for me to go.
You said a
And so,
10-year relationship?
Sorry?
Did you say a 10-year relationship?
Yeah, 10 years.
Wow. Did you feel bad about that?
Which part?
Well, I mean, like the 10-year part.
Well, she was older than me. She could not have kids. She'd already had kids. She was significantly older than me.
Okay.
But she was about 20 years older than me, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a whole conversation.
Because the reason I asked is sometimes guys have these long relationships with women, and like the woman will start the relationship at 20 and the relationship ends, and the woman's like 30, and then it's like now she's back on the market.
No,
and it's like, man, what the heck, dude?
No, so when we started, I was in my late 20s and she was in her late 40s. And so when we ended, I was in my late 30s and she was in her late 50s. And so that's a very different thing.
Yeah, no, that is very different.
Yeah, but like the thing is like it like not a big deal. Like, I don't want to have kids. I don't want to settle down. Like, this is cool. I'm happy to be with someone in this phase, right? Because I'm looking for the day when I'm going to go travel. But what ended up happening is, over the course of being in men's groups and doing all this work that I wanted to do, I realized, like, no, I actually do want kids. I actually do want this. Like, it was something that I discovered within myself. I'm like, I shouldn't want this because I'm told it's patriarchy. I'm told it's oppression. Like, it's not about all this external stuff. It's about who someone is inside. And I'm like, no, I would like to be a father, right? And so that was a big thing, and I had to come to grips inside myself that this was a righteous desire. There wasn't anything wrong with it.
Yeah.
That, like, I wasn't ending the relationship to hurt her. I wished her nothing but good. But, like, this is something that I want to be, that I believe that I was made to be as a man.
Mm-hmm.
And let me tell you, that was not a popular idea.
Wow.
The idea. Yeah. So it was not easy to do. I knew I couldn't stay. I had to leave. And so I did it in the most gentle way possible, because I knew that there was no way that I would get through 3 years of psychotherapy school if I was lying about the relationship that I was in.
Right.
Because it wasn't going to work, right?
Yeah.
So.
And you did that before you traveled, right? Like, you realized
Yes.
that you wanted to have children before you even started traveling?
Correct.
And do you have any children yet?
I don't. No.
Okay.
That is definitely something to talk about. Like, yeah, we can talk about that.
Okay, I was just curious. Actually, my wife asked me, so I'm asking for her.
Yeah, it's fine.
No. But anyway.
No, it's a totally valid question. No, so what happened after that though is the relationship was over. She never liked Burning Man. I did, and so it's the end of August 2015, and so we've broken up, and so it's just like, well, I'm going to go to Burning Man because you can just do that in San Francisco. You know, if you can get a ticket, someone's going out, someone's selling a ticket, someone's got a ride. If you can buy the ticket and you can make it to the car on time with the stuff that you need, you can go to Burning Man last minute. And I think at the start of that August, I made a mix for my friends who were going out to Burning Man, a DJ mix for them. And I was like, yeah, I'm not going to Burning Man. By the end of August, I was going to Burning Man. Like I was so surprised. And so I went out to Burning Man just to kind of get away because I could, and arrived, set up shop at a camp of some friends that I wandered into. Like, hey, everybody, do you have an extra space for me to stay? And like, Will, what are you doing here? That's a long story. Can I set up my tent here? So the next morning, I woke up and the guy in the tent next to me and I started talking. And he's like, so what brings you out to the burn, et cetera? I'm like, oh, I just broke up with my girlfriend, so things are kind of tough. He's like, well, if you just broke up with your girlfriend and you're grieving, there's this camp Spirit Dream that you should go to. I just saw them this morning. They were really good. You should go talk to them. And so I'm like, okay, cool. So I got my bike and rode over to Camp Spirit Dream, and we can pick up the story from there, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. So what happened? So you were just like, yeah, I'm grieving, so let me go over to this Camp Spirit Dream, right?
Yeah.
All right, and I know what happened here, but yeah. So what happened? Tell us.
So I get into so you go up to the camp and they offer all these inner kind of healing services, which is obviously my thing, and talking about things like dream interpretation and stuff like that. And okay, this sounds cool. So I'm taken. I'm they do 2 seatings, and I was the last person in for the morning seating. So so I get in, and they take me to this group of 3 people at their big, huge military tent, and they take me to this group of 3 people, Barb, Katie, and Larry. And I sit down, and so what brings you in today? And we just start talking, and I'm super game for all that, and end up discovering that Barb is a mother. Barb also happens to be the name of what my mother's name was, Barbara. I'm talking to Barb, and she's telling me about her sons, and she's like, yeah, Mom's supposed to let my sons go. I'm like, wait, what? It's like, what do you mean? I'm like, you mean you let your sons just go live their lives instead of trying to control their lives? And she's like, yeah, that's my job as a mom. Like, it kills me to let my sons go, but that's what I have to do. And that was not the model that I grew up with. And so that was like a light bulb goes off. And then I end up talking to Larry about some stuff related to stuff I had experienced as a child with my dad. And, he helped talk me through that. Like, no, I don't agree with any of that stuff at all. And it was like, for the first time in my life, I had seen what healthy parenting looks like. And it was like, again, this kind of explosion of grief, like, this exists. Meaning, like, the right relationship between parents and children, where it can be loving and supportive and nurturing and disciplined, and also the recognition of the limits of a parent, that at a certain point you have to go, you can't control your kids' lives. You have to let them go into the world on their own. And that was incredibly, incredibly powerful experience.
Yeah.
And that was a lot of it. And it was during that time that by this point, I had all but given up on my desire to travel. I had so pushed it away for a variety of different reasons. It was still in there, but I just kind of like, well, I'll just go back to psychotherapy school, and I'll just do that. But while I'm talking with them, I'm confessing them, like, yeah, I really still want to travel. And I asked them, can I do that? And they're like, yeah, of course you can. That's the place that I was in. It's I needed to ask permission to do the thing that I'd wanted for 15 years.
That's so interesting. I mean, were you normally like that, where you would ask other people for permission to do things?
In in that particular way because I thought there was something wrong about it.
Mm.
You know, like I had even though I held on to this dream as my North Star, I still kind of like, I guess I kind of believe that the things that I organically wanted for myself were bad. Like I believed that wanting a family was bad. You know, I believed that wanting to be married was bad. I believed that wanting to be a man was bad. I had learned, as many men in liberal America do, that every impulse that they have as a man is wrong. And I believed that. I really believed that. So, yeah, of course, here I am taking my first step into my own life, asking these three strangers, like, is it okay to want the things that I want? So that's where I was at.
Wow. And they basically said, yeah, didn't they? I mean, they said,
Yeah.
go for it.
Yeah, they said, go for it. They said, you don't have to, you don't need our permission.
Yeah, right.
And that's when I realized how silly it was. Like, they can't give me permission.
Mhm.
But it was a real you are here moment. And so I'm like, okay, cool. Because I had the motivation, I had the opportunity, and I had the means. And that was when I was like, okay, I guess I finally have the opportunity to go do this. I'm going to do this.
It's so crazy to me that you just went over to this place and you just start having these incredibly deep conversations with these people, and it just changed your life. But you didn't really know. Did you want? Did you want to say who these people were? There's a reason why you still know their names and everything, right?
Yeah. So I'll finish the story. So at the end of this healing, we've sort of done everything we need to in the conversation. You know, I've worked through the stuff that I need to with my parents. I've talked about my desire to travel and gotten quote unquote permission. And like, okay, I'm actually going to do this. And so at the end of this, Katie, one of the women, is standing behind me. She has her hands on either side of my head, not touching me, like by my ears or whatever. And she's standing behind me. I'm seated, and she's like talking, and I can't really make out what she's saying. And my eyes are closed. I close my eyes, and suddenly I have this vision, and the vision is of the streets at Burning Man, the playa. There's like tents and dust and people walking around, flags flapping in the breeze. And with my eyes closed, I see this man walk up to me, and he's got goggles on because you have to wear goggles at Burning Man to protect your eyes from the dust. And I recognize the shape of his head and shape of his hair and everything. And I'm like, okay. And then the face, without speaking, seems to suggest to me, like, no, look. I'm like, okay, I see you. Cool. And so then I open my eyes, and Katie, who's standing behind me, says, come with me. There's someone I want you to meet. I'm like, okay. So she leads me to the other side of the tent. I was at one end of the tent. She leads me to the other end, to around to a side of this pillar. There was this pillar I walked in. When I walked in, I was on one side of it, and I couldn't have seen the other side. She walks me back to the other side. She shows me the other side of the pillar, turns me around, points me up at it, and up there painted on the pillar is the exact face that I had just seen with my eyes closed, minus the Burning Man goggles. It was the face minus the goggles, and it was the face of Jesus Christ. And I'm like, who are you people? And they're like, we're Christians. Like, well, what are you doing here? And so they had been running an underground ministry at Burning Man for, at that point, 12 years. A highly organized mission, essentially, to minister to the lost and to the broken and to seekers like me. They didn't advertise that they were Christian. There was no Christian literature. There was no big cross. There was no Christian art. They were just there, to show the Father's love to people. And not necessarily to evangelize, but to show the loving side of God, which is very calibrated for the Burning Man environment. So that was my introduction to Christ.
It's really incredible, honestly. I mean,
Yeah.
you had that other thing with that guy who had you say the sinner's prayer or whatever, and then was like,
Yeah.
peace. But here you have a real genuine interaction with people that are there selflessly, just trying to help. Trying to help people. I think that's so incredible. And you still know them, right? You still have a relationship with them.
Yeah, they live in Coeur d'Alene. I saw them. I saw them New Year's Day. Actually, I was up visiting that area.
Wow.
Yeah.
And are they still doing that? Or are they still going over to Burning Man?
No, their last year at Burning Man was 2017.
Okay.
So they went for 15. So I met them in 2015. They went for another 2 years, and then they stopped.
Okay.
They had been there for 15 years by the time that they wrapped up the ministry.
Wow. That's a long time.
a very long time.
Yeah. So is that when you after this happened? Is that when you decide, okay, I'm gonna go travel?
Correct. Yeah, that was when I decided I mean, they had given me permission. They didn't give me permission. They
Right.
just showed me that I needed to give myself permission. So I was free. The relationship was over. I was finally free to pursue the thing that I had wanted to do for 15 years. There was nothing holding me down. And so I came back from Burning Man and started turning my life towards leaving to travel the world, which was what I had wanted since 2000.
And just to be clear for everybody listening, you hadn't become a Christian. You had a great
No,
experience with these Christians, but you were still not a Christian by any stretch of the imagination at this point.
correct. Correct. Yeah, no. I had I had the idea at the time. It's called The Perennial Philosophy by Aldous Huxley. He wrote a book called that. That all religions are equal paths up the mountain to God, and like kind of a little bit like Pokemons. And I had just kind of collected the Christian Pokemon. That was what I kind of believed.
Yeah, was it the elephant in the pit or something like that? The blind man. Have you heard?
Oh, the blind man and the elephant. Yeah, a little bit like that. Yeah.
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 Okay. So where was do you want to talk about the? I'd love to hear about the traveling.
Yeah. Do you want to hear about ayahuasca first?
What do you think would be better? I mean, I want all of it.
So I went to Spirit Dream. So remember, Burning Man is Monday to Monday. The burn is on Saturday. I went to Spirit Dream, I believe, on Thursday morning, and then Friday and Saturday night was the burn. Saturday night, I met a cool guy named Marshall. Still friends with him. He gave me acid for the first time. I just took a little bit of it, and the first time I had done it in many years, and I just had to get away from the craziness. So I rode out to the trash fence, the perimeter of the festival. They call it the trash fence because it's there to, if trash gets picked up by the wind, like it gets caught in the fence. It's not even a fence. It's just rubber essentially. And so that's the boundary of the festival. And so I rode out there just to get as far away from everyone. I found this little pagoda that was set up. It's like, okay, I'm just going to sit down in this pagoda. It's lit. I'm going to sit down, and I guess who comes up and talks to me while I'm here is the person I'm meant to hang out with tonight. And so I met this kid. His name was Andy. And we got to talking about ayahuasca. And he's like, "Are you interested to try it?" I said, "Sure." It's like, "Okay, well, here's my number. Contact me when you get back to the Bay Area, and I'll connect you to the circle that I'm in." And so the same festival that I was introduced to Christ, I was also introduced to ayahuasca.
Yeah. See, I hadn't heard of ayahuasca really, other than maybe like briefly on Joe Rogan or something. Maybe he's talked about it, but
Yeah.
I really kind of have learned about it just through your experience. So maybe everybody else knows way more about drugs than I do. I don't know, but in case people,
you'd be fortunate if that's the case.
Yeah. But in case people are as ignorant of these things as I am, can you tell us like what ayahuasca is and like how it works and all of that?
Yeah, ayahuasca is it is a drug made from two plants, a vine and a leaf. The leaf has DMT, dimethyltryptamine, in it. And if you boil the leaf, the DMT comes out of the leaf into the water, and then you can drink the water like a tea, and you can consume the DMT. But the problem is that DMT there are enzymes in the stomach that break it up. And so when you take the ayahuasca vine, you boil it with the leaf, there's another chemical that's infused into the brew that prevents the stomach from breaking down the DMT. So you can take it in your digestion, and then it passes into the bloodstream and into your brain. So it's a natural, quote unquote. Well, it's actually literally natural. You take a vine, this leaf, you put it and you boil it in water. You drink the water, you have a DMT trip. It lasts anywhere from 6 to 12 hours. Usually 8 is pretty safe. And ayahuasca in the West is primarily used as another healing modality, another opportunity to heal trauma. It's very different from other psychedelics in that you take acid or mushrooms and you have a trip. When you take ayahuasca, you are communing with the plant spirit named ayahuasca. This is in all of their books. This is in all of their literature. This is on all of their writing. You drink this beverage, you are communing with a disembodied spirit who is referred to as Grandmother Aya, grandmother ayahuasca, Mama Aya, always referred to with a feminine pronoun. And that being is then gets the opportunity to work with your inner reality to help clear out trauma and teach you like an inner psychotherapist while you're being sung to by the shamans. So the shamans are singing to you, providing comfort, in this kind of environment, and you're communing with this plant spirit for healing trauma and discovering your inner truth and all that stuff. So that's ayahuasca.
Okay, so you talked to this guy. He said, "Come, if you want to try ayahuasca, like get a hold of me when you're done with Burning Man." Right? Is that what he said?
Yep.
Okay,
Yep. Here's my number. Contact me when you get back.
and so you did that, right?
Yeah,
And
I came back in September, and I did my first ayahuasca retreat that November.
okay, so because you have to actually go on a retreat to do ayahuasca, because there's got to be a shaman singing to you and these sorts of things, right? And it's a long trip, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, it helps to do it in a controlled environment, and the shaman is the one who brews the ayahuasca. So he's the one who knows, how to properly do it, to administer it. It's very ritualized, especially when you do it in very traditional contexts. It's literally taken out of the jungle, and here's how they do it in the jungle. The shaman who, was doing the ceremony. His story was that his parents were missionaries to this tribe in South America. They couldn't get pregnant. I heard him tell the story. They couldn't get pregnant. They went to the local medicine man. The medicine man had them drink ayahuasca. They drank ayahuasca, and then they got pregnant. Their son was born. These are Western missionaries. Their son was born. The son was raised in the village and in the tribe and became an apprentice to the shaman. And so basically, grew up being trained himself to be a shaman. So it was a very traditional ceremony. Pitch black, except for one little candle. He would play these handmade instruments. He would sing in a traditional language. Very, very ritualized. Very ritualized is what I would say. Very traditional. There was no amplified sound, no amplified light, no craziness. It was just like it was very restrained.
And so when you take the ayahuasca, do you just kind of lay down on a mat on the floor and you're just having this long trip where you're talking to this literal disembodied spirit ayahuasca? Is that kind of how it works?
Yeah, you can think of it a little bit like it comes in waves. So, where it comes up and you start hearing auditory hallucinations, and you get a sense, a felt physical sense that you've consumed something. And the waves that come can be at cosmic visions where you're traveling through the galaxy. It can be intense physical pain. Vomiting and diarrhea are very common on ayahuasca because it's a purgative. Like it's said that it helps you purge poisons and toxins from your body. They will say that throwing up helps you resolve issues, or diarrhea helps you resolve issues. So that's obviously there are bathrooms nearby and buckets, and that's very common to have people throwing up on ayahuasca. It happens all throughout the night. So the experiences I've had on it have been everything from cosmic visions, thinking that I'm dying, that's very common, to like physical pains that I'm pulling out of my body with crystals, and all visions of demons. Like too many experiences to kind of name. The thing about ayahuasca is that's predictably unpredictable. So I can tell you what it'll be like, but yours may be nothing like that.
So what was your experience like? I'd really like to hear that. What
Yeah.
you actually talked to this spirit? I mean, first of all, you've done this many times, right?
Yeah, 15 times.
15 times. Okay. I mean, there was a retreat that you did where you did it like 8 times, 8 days straight or something, right? Like that. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that was in Peru in June of 2016. That
Yeah.
was 7 ceremonies in 12 days.
Yeah. So what's this ayahuasca? What is she like? I mean, is she always kind of like, has she always been similar every time with you? Like, does it seem like she remembered you when you'd go back and talk to her? I mean, what is that all like? I have no idea.
Yeah, so I personally never had a direct experience with a being. Other people will say very clearly that they have, but that I never had that experience. What I liked about ayahuasca was that, remember, I'm like the super personal growth psychotherapy guy. my mind works very quickly. So I like that ayahuasca could help me, quote, work through trauma as quickly as my mind worked. I didn't have to communicate anything to someone outside me and find the right words, though I could do that. I could just be in this felt space and just kind of be worked on. So I have had visions of giant bird-like alien creatures shooting laser beams into my body and stuff like that. I don't know. So I have seen like things both with my eyes open and my eyes closed, but I've never had an experience with an actual like plant spirit in that way. I have seen things, but I never had that personal encounter, but other people talk about it all the time. So I wouldn't say that the spirit ever remembered me. I would say that it got to a point where it was a little bit like riding a bike, where it's like, oh, I remember this. I know how to do this. It was hard, but it wasn't like, it wasn't something that I was like deeply unfamiliar with, except for just the last time I ever did it.
What was it about doing it that made you want to do it again?
It was a really fast way well, there is a component of ayahuasca where it's like banging your head against a wall. It feels good when you stop. There is a component of like, it can be a very challenging emotional and physical experience and spiritual experience. And when it's over, there can be a sense of euphoria. We just made it through a really hard journey. We went through this together. That's a component to it. And that's almost always how each ceremony ends, with a feeling of, because you're doing it in a group, like 20 or so people or more. And so there's a feeling that we all just went through this together, and sun's coming up and we did it, folks. We've all done the work, right? So there's that team spirit thing. I guess I would say that I thought at the time it helped me work through things of my past and mistaken beliefs about myself, that I was carrying. So a good example is like, I was sitting during one of the first ceremonies when I was down in Peru, and one of the waves had passed, and I was in a relatively sober state before the next wave would come. And so I'm just like sitting up, and they give you tobacco in the jungle to smoke, mapacho jungle tobacco. So maybe I'm smoking a little tobacco, and I hear this thought in my own voice say, I'm such a failure. And it's like a butterfly inside my head. I'm like, what was that? And like, it's flying away. And it's like, I reached out to grab it. I grabbed it. Like, what is that? And so I'm examining this thought that I heard in my own voice that I was a failure. And like, what does that mean? And so I sort of realized that by any measure of any standard, like, I've made it through a very difficult phase in my life, a lot of very painful things. I've liberated myself from the things that were holding me down. Here I am in the jungles of Peru, getting ready to set out on this big adventure. By any standard measure of success, I'm a success. So what I felt at the time was that I had this self-limiting belief. This is a psychological thing. You have this self-limiting belief, and I confronted a self-limiting belief, and I let it go and was free to now be myself. So I believe that that's what was going on. And I think there might actually be some truth that we say things about ourselves that are not true. We are supposed to see ourselves as God the Father sees us, which is to say, to acknowledge our sinful nature, which is true, but to also see ourselves as having the gifts and the blessings and the abilities that God has given us, and also to have lived the life that He has ordained for us. He has ordained our steps. And so rather than perceiving things in the psychological frame of self-limiting beliefs, that there's are things that are imposed on me by circumstance, is to say, well, let me make it not about me at all. Let me look at myself honestly and see my flaws, my sinful flaws as God sees them. And let me see the blessings that He's given me. And let me be grateful for the path that He's had me walk to surface both of those. And so, but I didn't have that language at the time. I didn't know anything about sanctification or Calvinism. I didn't know what the book of Romans was. I'd never heard of Paul, right? So, but I like that it helped me confront self-limiting beliefs at whatever depth I was ready to work at, because I was completely happy to sit down and talk with strangers at Burning Man and go into some of the most painful stuff. I don't know you people. I may never see you again, but let me just spill my guts out on the floor. I like doing that. So ayahuasca gave me the opportunity to work at even greater depths at a speed that I really liked, because I was the personal growth guy. I did all the things. So that's what I liked about it.
Okay, I see. So it made you feel like you were growing and healing a lot, it sounds like.
Yeah.
There were some
I
other
sound so crazy.
no, no, but there were some other drugs that you did as well, right?
Yeah.
I
Yes.
want to talk about all the drugs. No, but
Okay, we can talk about all the drugs.
no, but you've had experiences like I don't know exactly where. I really want to talk about this. Like you've had experiences with the spiritual realm, right?
Yeah.
Like maybe you haven't, maybe ayahuasca, you didn't actually talk to the woman, but you have had. We talked about this uh, before we started the space. Joe Rogan, he talks about doing like DMT and stuff like that, where different people will take the same drug and they will see the same thing. They'll have the same experience. And you would corroborate that, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
For
So,
stuff that Joe Rogan talks about?
yeah, I never saw the DMT machine elves. I never saw that. I never had any of the sort of quote unquote experiences that a lot of people talk about. But, I can say that I've seen things on these substances, like I've done acid, I've done mushrooms, I've done ayahuasca, I've done Wachuma, San Pedro cactus. I've done Bufo alvarius, which is smoked DMT, ketamine as well. Like, that was just all part of the rave scene that I was in, ecstasy. And, um, I can say that while on ayahuasca, during the course of the 7 day the retreat, seven ceremonies in 12 days, I would have closed eye visions of various demonic looking entities, so that were increasing in complexity over the course of 7 days. So if you think about the animal kingdom, you have everything from like single celled organisms all the way up to like, I don't know, like whales and humans. You know what I mean? You have this gradation of complexity and grading up to consciousness. So over the course of those 7 ceremonies, it wasn't constant, but every night I would have visions um, of different levels of complexity. So the first night was like little cellular organisms that are just kind of feeding on energy. Like there are things that swim around heat vents in the ocean, like just feeding off my energy because that's just what they do. And as the nights went on, I would see more and more complex and horrifying looking like demons that have a mix of like uh, uh, machinery like bolted onto flesh. It's very strange. I didn't know what to make of it. I wasn't scared by it. It was just frightening to look at, but it never really felt like too much of a threat in a way. Like I didn't like it, but I never was like, oh my gosh, get these demons away from me. It was just like things I was seeing, and so I saw them in increasing complexity all the way up to like like demons in this big world swallowing kind of thing. And so like I don't know what to make of that. These didn't come out of my imagination.
Right.
That wasn't coming out of my head. The big bird like neon creature with its like putting laser beams into my body. Like that's not out of my imagination. Like I'm looking like, I don't know what that is,
Yeah.
So I don't know, like
I,
can you prove the existence of these things? No, but like, there's no scientific test for the bird laser creature, but these are experiences that I had them. I don't know how else to communicate it.
it's interesting. Obviously, I haven't had this sort of experience because I haven't done these drugs, but I have listened to many people talk about occultism and doing these sorts of drugs and various things. And I've heard some people talk about how demons like to feed off of people's negative energy. Uh,
Yeah.
it, would you say that you think that that's true?
I think they feed off of more than negative energy. I just think they feed off of energy in general.
Hmm.
I think that I don't know, I've heard in the new age world that they feed that negative energy is more nourishing for them. So maybe, but the sense that I got was that like they were just, they were feeding off of just me living. And then I was on a Buddhist silent meditation retreat 3 years later in the mountains of Kashmir, 10 days of 10 hours of meditation a day for 10 days, totally silent, not 10 hours in a row, but, in 1 and 2 hour sittings throughout the day. And same, I got into very deep states of meditation and I saw, mechanical looking creatures like inside my own body, just feeding off my energy. I don't know what to make of any of that stuff. Like, again, there's
Yeah.
no scientific test to prove it, But like, people debate, like, is there a mystical dimension to reality? And if you were to go around the world and ask the average person in India or in the Pacific Islands or South America, or just go find anyone who is not, an overeducated upper middle class white Westerner, and you ask them if there's a spiritual dimension to reality, and they'll laugh in your face. Like, what are you talking about? Of course there is. So there's a particular strain of white Westerner, that wants to deny the existence of spiritual reality because they want to deny the existence of a moral law. That's entirely what it is. So there's no other reason to deny spiritual reality other than you want to get away from the fact that, there's that we are being watched from a spiritual dimension. That's what I think it roots in.
It's so fascinating to me the way that we've just kind of like cut off that whole aspect of reality in the West. Like we're just like, yeah, that's not a thing. Demons and angels and all that. That's not a thing. And everybody else is like, no, that's definitely a thing. And everybody, throughout time has been like, this is a thing, like wherever you go in history, I think everybody's kind of called it different things, called it like the gods or the fairies or whatever. But everybody's been like, there's more here than just us. There's other stuff going on. And, to me, I find that this is one of the, I don't know, I'm kind of going off on a tangent here, but I feel like this is just one of the strongest evidences of Christianity, because in my study of this, it seems that demons are real and that they respond very negatively to the name of Christ. When you talk about exorcisms and these sorts of things, it's the power of Christ that drives them out.
Yep.
And so there's this spiritual realm which is very, very real, and Christ has power over that realm. And like, if that's true, then that match. I mean, Christianity is true, and obviously I believe that. But I just find that incredibly compelling. But anyway,
yeah,
that's a tangent.
Yeah, no, I mean that's you nailed it. You absolutely nailed it.
Yeah. But anyway, so you've done all the drugs.
I have done all the drugs. I've never done heroin.
That's good.
I never. When I was a kid, and my mom was a child of the '60s, she told me that cocaine is God's way of telling you have too much money, and so that lesson stuck in my head. So I was never a lot like the whole dance music scene. Like, it's all about cocaine and alcohol, and so like it's a giant drug dealing racket essentially. So I was never into that, but the psychedelic drugs, yeah, a lot of them.
It's probably a good thing that you never did heroin. My wife was telling me about this story of this guy who set out to prove that you could overcome addiction, and so he went and did heroin.
God.
And then he died like 3 years later, saying a heroin addict.
Oh,
and, yeah, that blew my mind. I was like, wow.
yeah.
But so probably a good thing you didn't do heroin.
Yeah.
Anyway, though, so is there more that you want to tell us with the drugs, or do you want to tell us about the traveling? I'd love to hear about that.
We can get into the traveling now. So the ayahuasca was November of 2015. I went to go visit my spirit dream friends, the one that I had the vision of Christ. I visited them Christmas, like a month later. I don't think I told them that I'd done ayahuasca, but they were just so warm. They invited me up there for Christmas, and they were so warm and they were so loving, and they really embodied the spirit of Christianity that I always somehow knew was possible. I don't know how I knew that it was possible, but I did. And so that more than the experience that I had in the playa, it was actually spending time with them in their homes that made an impact on me. So that's an important little point. That's why I kept in touch with them while I was traveling. And so then in March 2016, I sold everything, sold my car, all my furniture, threw a bunch of boxes and mementos in storage essentially, and had a carry-on size backpack. And that was it, and set out to travel the world.
And how did you come up with the plan of where you would go? I mean,
there was no plan.
Yeah. There was no plan. You're just like, I'm just going to go places, and, I'm just going to kind of go where I go. I mean, you weren't like, I'm going to Mexico and then I'm going here and then I'm going there. It wasn't that way.
No, it was
You're like,
very low
when?
budget travel. There's a book called How to Travel the World for $50 a Day by Nomadic Matt, and so I had read that. And his attitude and the attitude of many travelers is like, you go where the winds blow you. And so when I left, I didn't think that I'd be gone for more than like 6 months or maybe a year at most. Like that was all I had in mind. So it's like, well, I'll just start in South America, and then I'll just jump to Asia. I figured that I would go south because I was trying to figure out where to start, and I was like, well, do I start in Africa or do I start in South America? I was kind of doing a visualization exercise because I was still studying tarot and Kabbalah. I was just kind of envisioning, like, okay, I'm standing at the airport, and there I am with my backpack, and all the I's are dotted and all the T's are crossed, and I'm ready to leave. And I'm at the international terminal at SFO, and I'm envisioning I have a ticket in my hand, and I go and I look down at my hand, and what does the ticket say? The ticket said Buenos Aires. So I'm like, I went to Buenos Aires.
That's where you started?
That's where I started.
Wow. Um, and how long were you gone?
I was gone for 4 years. I left the United States on March 21st, 2016. I returned to the United States. Well, I moved into an apartment and signed a lease on March 21st, 2020. So 4 years to the day is when I mark my official travels ending. I returned to the United States in February of 2020, just before COVID. And there wasn't really a whole lot of traveling going on then, but I moved into an apartment and signed a lease 4 years later to the day that I left. And so that's my poetic endpoint. I was in New Zealand for a lot of 2019. I was in India, Nepal, and New Zealand for 2019. So I wasn't moving as much as I was in 2016 and 2017, but I was still very much overseas, and I was still not rooted.
Yeah. So can you tell us about some of the things that you experienced in your travels that really stuck out to you and that you think could benefit us who haven't traveled like you have?
Yeah. So the most important. So most people when they travel, they do they do two things. The first and the easiest one to understand is most people will go to either Western Europe or they'll go to like Thailand, something like that. Thailand is super westernized, or Bali, so is Bali in Indonesia, or they'll go to Europe and Western Europe. And there's nothing wrong with Western Europe, and certainly there's not so much wrong with Bali. There are parts of Thailand that I do have a problem with, but the thing is that those are very tourist bubble kind of places to go. You've never actually left the West when you travel to those places. And that's fine. Like if all anyone ever does in their life is they take a guided tour bus through Italy and whatever, France for 2 weeks, where they stay at a hotel overnight and they get on the bus and they see Europe through the windows of the bus and they maybe get a little bit of shopping in, that's better than absolutely nothing. So I have no problem with however anyone chooses to travel. Not everyone is meant to strap on, a 45-liter backpack and compress their life down to that size. So any travel that anyone does outside of the United States, outside of the continental, out of North America, is fine. But if you have the opportunity, I really recommend that people travel to more exotic locations that have less of a tourist bubble. So like Argentina is a great country to travel through. You can travel by bus. You can see, other cultures. You can go to Japan is another good one to travel. Very safe, very clean, delicious food, not as expensive as people think. If you want to get more advanced, you can go to India. That's super advanced. Just to get out of the West bubble, because you see that the world is not this big brown kumbaya that is opposed to white people. Because that's what we're told inside America, that America is the shame of the world and white people are terrible and all we're doing is stomping all over the poor brown people around the world, and shouldn't we feel bad about ourselves? That is not how the world works. The other nations around the world outside of the West struggle with intense corruption at the everyday level of people's lives, that a tribal mindset people impose on each other, because they don't live in high trust societies. It's every tribe is trying to get over on the other tribe, and they use the tools of government against each other. That's the level of everyday corruption that most nations outside of the West experience. It is not a big brown kumbaya. In fact, the people in these nations look to the United States and the freedom that we have. They don't look to Europe, they look to the United States. and the freedom that we have as an inspiration to them because they are good people that struggle against corruption in their own nation. You will not get that perspective on American media. You will not. And to see that firsthand, to see rural areas in South America, to see parts of Mongolia, and to see like trash piles, and to see the way that people just disrespected their own countries, not because they're being oppressed by the West, but just because this is the way that some people in the world live, and there are good people that struggle against it, and they have no resources to do anything with it. Like the world is not a peaceful, happy, kumbaya place. There is no such thing as the noble savage. You will not see that if you only travel in America and at resort tourist destinations. So that's the first thing that I saw. Now, that's not to say that America is a utopian paradise. We're not. We deal with large scale problems of our own, corruption at the very, very highest tippy top level, finance, government, media, etc. But that's a very different thing from dealing with corruption when you walk out your front door, when you try to get your mail delivered, or you try to just like getting a building permit signed, or try to get power to your building that you just built that's at an angle. So it's a very different thing. So that's the first thing that I try to encourage people to do.
Didn't you say that when you're in these other countries, you basically have to like pay people to do their jobs?
Members of the countries do. So in India, I would be talking to business owners, entrepreneurs, just because I like talking to people and I'm easy to talk to. And so they would open up. They wouldn't just say this to an average Westerner, but I would spend, a few days at their hostel and chat with them. And they would, I'd ask them questions, and they would get the sense that it was safe to tell me because I wouldn't laugh at them, or I wouldn't like judge them, like, quote unquote, racially, right? Because they love their nations, and they want to put the best foot forward. But like ultimately, we all love our families, and we're capable of being honest about the things that are not good about our families or ourselves. It's like that. And they would tell me. I had multiple Indian people tell me that the worst thing the British ever did was leave. And that's Indians will get mad when you say that, but they know that it's true, because like the British came in and they took essentially what was a feudal nation, which is like warring city states and kings and stuff like that, and they bound the nation together into one identity, one India. And they gifted the Indians railroads and a medical system and a post office, and then the British left and entrusted all of these institutions to the care of the Indian people. But the thing is that Indians don't conceive of themselves as Indians in the same way that Americans think of themselves as Americans. They think of themselves with very intense and very real familial and tribal loyalties. So when you walk into the post office, if you're an Indian person, you're not the person. The guy on the other side of the counter isn't looking at you like, "Hello, fellow Indian."
Right.
They're looking at you as a member of an opposing caste or an opposing tribe. Right. We don't have that here.
Yeah. Oh man, I do want to say this real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
So long, but there are different classes in America. I mean, I know because I have cousins that are very wealthy, and I'm not, but they are. But they're my cousins, and the way that they talk to me, they're not condescending on purpose, but I know that they think of things very differently than I think of things. Like they are at a very different level in the way that they think of things, and it's just like we're like not aware of where we're at most of the time. We just don't really interact with people that are at different levels a lot of the time.
Right.
That's one of the cool things about being on Twitter, though, is that you can interact with people like that much more often. But I think like there is kind of like, a caste system is like you are exactly where you are and you're not going to leave it. I mean, that's what they call it, a caste system, right?
Right.
So I wouldn't say America is like a caste system, but we do have different levels of our society, and you kind of like tend to stay in the level that you're born, but you can move. There is movement, I think.
Yes, that is the big thing. The big thing that makes the United States so different from literally every other nation on earth, including in Europe. In the United States, there are no barriers between moving up or down in the class system. You can start poor as poor can be, and you can rise all the way up to to the heights of wealth. That's the appeal of the rap game story, like Kanye West. You know what I mean? Stuff like that is that they start poor, fatherless, and they become fantastically wealthy, and they are accepted in the upper class. Maybe not in the old money upper class. That's a different thing, but they're still accepted as part of the upper class, and that's understood. And there are many levers to be able to do that within the United States that do not exist in European countries. Entrepreneurship in countries like Germany or the UK. Germany is a very well-educated nation. Entrepreneurship there is very, very difficult with taxes and regulations and all of that. So the levers to move up and down the class system are very difficult. I lived in New Zealand for a while. In New Zealand, it's like you can do entrepreneurship there, but it's generally kind of accepted. They have this thing that they told me about, which is tall poppy syndrome. The tall poppy gets cut down. So like everyone in New Zealand is and same in the UK, they're relatively like self-effacing and all that stuff because no one wants to stick out because then they'll get cut down. In the United States, you're told stick out, be an individual, stand out, achieve, right? And so all the constraints are removed, but there's a sacrifice. The sacrifice is if there's nothing there to hold you back, there's little there to support you when you fall. And that's the sacrifice that we pay. We live in a hyper individualistic nation where there's no tradition, there's no religion, there's nothing that can hold you back. But at the same time, if there's nothing that can hold you back, there's nothing that can support you either. And so in other nations, they have these really thick webs of tradition and custom and class that supports people where they're at. But for the same reason, it's difficult to escape from its grip. And so that was one of the huge things that I learned. That's what makes America so unique. And so I came back from that experience and I recognized that not every country in the world needs to be like America, but the world needs a country like America, right? Now we can go to that with excess, and we have and we do. There is a ditch on the individualistic side of the road, and there is a ditch on the collectivistic side of the road. But the world needs a country like America that is individualistic and achievement focused. And that's what makes us unique. And so when people talk about liberals trying to change the culture of America, they're trying to drag it into a more collectivist way of being. And I think Americans need to fight that. That doesn't mean that we need to tear up all of our social institutions and religion and all that. I think America's spirit will always be defined by the westward expansion. I don't think we'll ever stop being individualistic. We certainly could afford to have more shared social traditions, but I do believe it's very unique and very powerful that in America you can move equally up and down the class ladder, unlike any place else in the world.
Yeah, that's really fascinating. I mean, it's strange to me to think of even Europe being very unlike America.
Yeah.
I mean, I have been to Scotland, and I didn't really think about asking about a lot of these things. I wonder now if I had asked what kind of answers I would have gotten.
Yeah.
But everything seemed, kind of normal. But yeah,
I mean, no one thinks that, like, there's a reason why there are so few multi-billion-dollar tech startups that come out of Europe or Canada, because the regulations and the laws and the culture there make it, much more difficult. It's not impossible, but it's so much more difficult. And then ultimately, if they really want to grow, they move to the United States, or they set up a U.S. branch, like an independent company, sort of.
Right. I think that were there a few other things that you saw that really stood out to you?
Yeah. So the other lesson that I learned is most people will, and this is just the nature of the beast, is most people will travel for very short periods of time. Maybe they'll take a week's vacation. Maybe sometimes they'll take 2 weeks. Maybe when they're younger, they'll get the chance to travel for a month or 2 months or whatever. Or maybe they'll take a gap year or a summer or something like that. Like 3 months is the longest time that most people travel. Nothing wrong with that. Again, whatever minimal amount someone can travel, I absolutely celebrate and honor it. I traveled long enough though, but usually when you travel in that short time span, you're still operating on the fuel of novelty. Like you're looking around and this environment is so new. Like, look at that tree and look at that dude over there. And oh, wow, look at the money. And it's like everything's new and that's awesome. I traveled for long enough that the novelty wore off, that I stopped being distracted, I guess you might say, or obsessed with surface appearances. Many things about the countries started to look very much the same. In fact, third world countries or developing countries, they may have different languages, they may have slightly different looking structures, but there's a way in which they all very much look the same, in the way that major cities start looking the same as well. But what that did was I stopped being, I stopped the novelty, and I was able to look deeper into what was going on in the country. I could look past the surface. And what I discovered was that every nation on earth has a dark side. There's the thing that you see on the surface, which is shiny and cool and great, and what every country wants you to see. And every country on earth also has a dark side. Some countries are more upfront about it. For example, India is very upfront about its dark side. Like, there is no tourist bubble. You go to India, you are in India. You get off the plane and you walk through the terminal and you walk out and you go to the taxi stand and you make sure that you get it from the Delhi airport. You make sure you get a taxi from the taxi stand, not someone who approaches you. Because if you go in the car with someone who approaches you, they may drive you absolutely anywhere and then you're stuck. You go to the taxi stand because the taxi stand is regulated and they will guarantee to drive you to your destination and no place else. That you learn that right away, that like you could be kidnapped the second you walk outside the door of the Delhi airport. Yeah, exactly. And
Well,
yeah.
see, I really have to ask here. I mean, how did you avoid pitfalls like that when you're traveling? I mean, did you
Yeah.
do a ton of research? Because I mean, it sounds like you were just like, you put your finger down on the map and you're like, I'm starting here, and then I'm just gonna float around, like a leaf. I mean,
Yeah.
it. How did you not? How did you avoid stuff like that? Because there's got to be tons of stuff like that all around, in these countries, dangers that most people wouldn't even think about.
Yeah, so I would say there's four ways. One is I would usually do a lot of research into whatever outfit that I was working with, to see if they were legitimate. I mean, probably the biggest answer that I should back up is that I was protected by God and the Holy Spirit, right? Like, I can think of countless experiences where I was, in taxi cabs on long drives, and the guy could have taken me anywhere. You know what I mean? Like, I was in Colombia and I was coming back from the coast, taking a taxi to an airport or something like that. He could have driven me anywhere. He didn't. Praise God for that. So, mostly I tried to go with known people. I used my discernment a whole lot. Yes, God protected me probably more than I will ever know. Maybe in glory, I'll have the courage to look into the situations of disaster that I missed that I had no awareness of. So that's probably the most important answer. But I did my research. I used my discernment. If something feels weird, it is weird. Period. Rule for life. If something feels weird, it is weird.
Trust your gut.
Let's trust your gut. Yeah. And, I think a lot of it, like in India, for example, I developed rules. So you walk outside of a train station and there are all these tuk-tuk drivers or moto taxis. They're green with a yellow roof. And, they're like motorbikes with a little cab in the back to shelter the passenger. I developed a rule that I would never accept a ride from anyone who approached me. If you walked up to me and offered me a ride, congratulations, you have guaranteed I will never get in your moto taxi. So I would always walk past the big crowd who would swarm me because I'm hard to miss. And I would just like walk up to a random guy who just didn't seem interested in me at all. And that was one of the ways that I learned to deal with that. Go ahead.
Well, I just want to ask real quick: is it true that in India, if you have white skin, you're like the immediately like thought of as being royalty, essentially, something like that?
Yeah, you're like cross between a royalty and a celebrity and a walking ATM.
Wow.
Yeah.
So people look at you and they're like starstruck.
Oh yeah, like I was in Amritsar, and Amritsar was a relatively nice Sikh city, and I was just walking down this long boulevard, and I would have regularly when I was in public in India, like guys walk up and they would say one pic, which is they don't speak English, they just want to take a smartphone photo with me. Happened literally all the time. And one of those times, one guy walked up to me and said one pic, and then handed me his baby. Like, here, hold my baby while I have my friend take I don't know you, but I'm going to have you hold my baby to take a photo. So, but the Indian people were, they could be very rude and aggressive about it. Like I would just be standing minding my own business. Someone would walk up next to me and then I'd see someone with a phone in front of me taking a photo. Like, hello. So versus in China, a place like mainland China, they equally they have an equal perception of Westerners, but minus the ATM. So they look at white Western people as like maybe not royalty, but like a super novelty. Like I may never see a white person again. They were so friendly and so warm and so polite and so excited to see me. I wish I spoke Mandarin Chinese because I would have loved to be able to have conversations with people in China who were just like, they were genuinely lovely. Like mainland China it's not what people think it is for sure. The government is, but the country isn't.
It's so frustrating when you can tell that someone is really kind and thoughtful, but you can't communicate with them.
Oh,
It
tell me about it.
frustrates me so much. I mean, you probably dealt with that a lot more than I ever have in my life, but
Yeah.
the amount that I've dealt with it I found it very frustrating.
I had one conversation with a woman in mainland China that we managed to squeak out through Google Translate. So like, because Google Translate could do Mandarin now, obviously this was 2018, so Google Translate is probably way better today. The voice recognition was not awesome, but we tried, and so she and I did manage to have a conversation. It was like kindergarten level, like making concepts as simple as possible so that it would be translated accurately. And it was really interesting because what she said to me was that um, her family was subsistence farmers, and and so there was a lot of judgment around being a subsistence farmer. You wanted to get out of living that lifestyle, and you wanted to work in the city or get a job in the city so that you were no longer like rural farmers on the land. And I thought that was so interesting because everyone I knew in San Francisco at the time, all they wanted to do was get on a land and be subsistence farmers. like, like that's the homesteading vision, right? We're going to have chickens and we're going to have cows and we're going to raise our food and we're going to be farmers. We're going to be subsistence farmers. And so many people in liberal America, well, not liberal, but like certain sectors of America, that's what they want to do. And then there are people in China, they're fleeing from that. That was the most entertaining thing. I mean, I wasn't entertained by her. It was a big part of her life.
Yeah, wow. She wanted to stop doing that and do what now?
Well, her family were subsistence farmers. So a big unknown thing about China is that we know China as relatively industrialized second world kind of country with big cities and stuff. Most of China is hidden from us and is actually deeply impoverished subsistence farmers who live in rural areas that you can't get to and will never see. I met a mainland Chinese scientist. He had escaped and he was working for Lockheed Martin or Boeing or something, doing something on the F-15 fighter. And so I met him and was talking to him. This was years later. And he was explaining to me, he's like, what do you think the population of China is? I said, I don't know, like, is it 3 billion? I just took a guess, and whatever number I gave, he's like, it's 30% higher. This was a man who had spoken, he had a very thick Chinese accent. So there's no doubt he was who he was. He's like, there's actual population of China is deeply impoverished and just barely squeaking out an existence off the land, and China keeps it hidden from everybody. Their population is actually much larger than they acknowledge. And so I speculate that that's what she was talking about, is that she had managed to make it out of this rural subsistence farmer existence and was just trying to find some way to make a go of it in the city somewhere.
Oh, wow. Okay, I see. So you weren't talking to her on her farm, you were talking to her in the city.
Yeah, I was at some sort of guest house or something like that. And this was all going through Google Translate. Like I would say something very simple, like 5 words, or like a very simple idea. And we did that back and forth and we made it. It was super slow because no one there spoke English and I didn't speak Mandarin. But but I tried. It worked actually.
How many countries did you go to?
I've been to, my first time overseas was in 2004. I went to England, France, Spain, and Scotland. So total, I've been to 34 countries, something like that.
Wow. And what was the sketchiest country?
There's a couple different definitions of sketchy. So there's, I think Thailand is probably the sketchiest country that I visited, but in a particular sense, like I went to Koh Phangan, the sort of like the hippie kind of island. Thailand is a country that seems to me has totally sold its soul for tourism. It happened long before any of us were born. Probably during the Vietnam era is when they decided that someone decided somewhere that they could make a lot of money from American GIs sort of and so it kind of had adopted that culture. So Thailand is like, it's a wealthy Southeast Asian country, but you can feel just how deeply touristic it is in its bones, to the sense that it's like, it feels like in certain areas it's truly sacrificed its own unique individual national culture to give so much of itself for Western tourism. And then there's a real gross feeling, soulless feeling to many parts of it. Not the whole country. I haven't seen the whole country, but Koh Phangan and Koh Samui and parts of Bangkok as well had that feeling. It was just like, it was so gross, and I felt so sad for the Thai people. That was one. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you want to get out of it? I mean, when
Yeah.
you were in, you're like, I need to leave this country.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've heard Chiang Mai is good. I'm sure that there are rural areas of Thailand that are amazing, but the main tourist destinations, Bangkok, Koh Samui, Koh Phangan, are just like, it's the most touristic thing you've ever seen. It's just like, it's so sad. It's so sad.
Yeah, I would, man, I was, I haven't traveled nearly as much as you, but I was at this island in the Azores, is where I met my wife, called Tessera, and they have tons and tons of stray dogs there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And you probably saw that all over the place as well.
Mm-hmm.
They're traveling, but I was not used to that, and you just see all these dogs all over the place, and it's a huge problem. It actually became a big problem on the island because of Americans bringing their dogs and letting them make puppies and everything.
Yeah.
I think that's what I was told, is that it was actually caused by Americans going there. But I mean, just to me, that was like, man, there's all these dogs that aren't being taken care of, and you see that sort of thing all over the place. I'd imagine when and much worse things.
Yeah. Yeah. Stray dogs are a huge problem in most developing countries.
Yeah.
India, especially, that everywhere you go, giant packs. They come out at night and they're just howling and running around during the streets. It's wild. Like, that's what.
Yeah.
Thank you for reminding me of that. That's one thing that Americans and Westerners cannot relate to. Like, you cannot relate to like roving packs of shaggy dogs. Maybe they're harmless, but like, you don't want to find out.
Right. Yeah. It's crazy how different things are in other places.
Yeah.
I mean, how, like, when you started this journey, you were still liberal, right? I mean, you had somewhat gone down some rabbit holes with the conspiracy theories and stuff, but you still were very much a liberal in your thinking. How shocking was it to see the way that these other countries were and how they thought of America and everything? I mean, must have been very surprising, right?
Yeah, that was another thing where a lot of stuff happened at once. So I went down to South America and I was in Colombia. And in Colombia, Colombia and Venezuela are two countries that pride themselves on, like, machismo, men are men and women are women, right? And so to discover, I've said this before, to go down to Latin America, particularly Colombia. I haven't been to Venezuela, but to go down to Colombia and to have like why are you behaving this way? Like, oh, I'm trying to be respectful of you. Like, no, I mean, don't be such a pussy. Like, people said that to me. And so I was like, wait, like, feminism isn't some galactic imperative, So that was like rattling to me. Cause I mean, again, I lived in the Bay Area, and in the Bay Area, like, the male gaze is oppressive. So like, don't look at women and be ashamed of your sex drive and all that different stuff. But then you go to Latin America and it's like, men are men and women are women, and women are, they expect to be pursued, and, they expect men to be forward and to take up space and all that. I'm like, wait a minute. Like, I thought, again, feminism was a galactic imperative. And it's like, no, don't be silly. So that was like, whoa, that was like, you mean like this is just a relative cultural value that has been arbitrarily determined? That was a big thing for me. And then the other thing that, go ahead. Sorry.
well, real quick, when you saw that, were you like, "This is kind of awesome," or were you like, "Ooh, this isn't right"? I
No, it
mean,
was awesome. It was
yeah,
scary.
you thought it was awesome.
Oh, it was super scary. It was like, here's a bicycle. Now learn how to ride. You're supposed to
Yeah,
know how to do this. And so it was like discovering in me these things that like that had been that I don't know that anyone else had cut them off in me. I had cut them off in myself. I had been taught over years, decades, to shame this out of myself. It was bad. It was evil. My being a man is bad. I'm responsible for all the ills in the world. Men are terrible. And like you get into another country where that's just not the case. It's like, you mean like all this stuff was a lie? Like, well, yeah, or at least it wasn't like the sole universal cosmic truth. That was like,
yeah,
yeah, I mean, it's a wonderful thing to learn. It's a big eye opening thing. And then it's also really scary because I realize that I don't know how to do this thing called being a man. I can sit in all these men's groups, which is great. And I can learn about all this stuff and I can like do and say brave things, but ultimately stepping into that in a way where I know that I'm not going to lose control of myself because I knew that there's a ditch on that side of the road because I'd seen it. That's really hard calibrating that. And a lot of men are not good at that. You see that when men discover masculinity, they go very quickly to like Andrew Tate, and Andrew Tate is comfortably camped in the far ditch, and so they don't know how to put the brakes on to not become that. They think that's the goal. I had a sense within me somehow, I don't know how, probably God, to know like there is a way to go too far with it. So learning how to cut loose and have a good time without losing myself in that was very hard. I did ultimately learn it, but it took a while.
yeah. I think it's about a balance. You don't want to go too far one way, or too far the other. You don't want to be emasculated, and you don't want to be um, you don't want to be Andrew Tate.
Okay. Well,
uh,
I had the advantage of resetting my social circle every week or two. Like when I would move, like I would get comfortable with a bunch of people, become friends, and like, well, time to moving on. And then I get to the next town, and I got a whole new bunch of people to try on. And if I screw up and make a fool out of myself, I'll never see you again. So I had that advantage.
yeah, I'm sure that helped a lot.
It did.
Um, w- was there something else that you saw in your travels? I feel like I kind of interrupted you.
Yeah.
Um, that really stuck out to you.
Yeah. So also Donald Trump got elected, and that was in
Hmm.
2016. Did not vote because I thought that I didn't pay attention to the election at all. I was in South America, and so when I just assumed that the 2016 election would be Hillary Clinton's coronation, I didn't.
Same,
I wasn't crazy about her, but like I didn't think that was going to be a bad thing. It was just seemed
same,
inevitable. Yeah, exactly.
yeah,
And then
same.
Trump won, and I was like,
Yeah.
okay, clearly I'm wrong about America. And so I reached out to my friends who I knew had voted for Trump, and they explained them to me, and I was like, oh. And that was when I really understood. Like I knew about the satanic ritual abuse and all that stuff, but that was when I really understood the concept of like the new world order, you know.
Yeah,
So that was when I really got that, and so that was when my politics really began to change. I never became like MAGA Trump supporter, but like I was
yeah,
aware that there was something significant happening or that was
yeah,
trying to happen in the United States.
yeah. I didn't know about any of that stuff in 2016, and I, I was still an atheist. I was pretty. I was kind of like liberal, kind of conservative. I was like libertarian at the time,
Yep.
and I was listening to a lot of Sam Harris, and he was saying how like Trump would be like a terrible pilot, and he was going to crash. He was going to crash us all into the ground or whatever, our nation. And so I was like, okay, well, I guess I hope Hillary wins, even though she's totally corrupt.
Yeah.
You know, better her than Trump, who's going to like destroy our country and cause a nuclear war or whatever. But then, so I went to bed election night, and I remember I woke up and I thought Hillary was just going to win. I woke up and Trump had won, and I had the funniest smile on my face, you know, because I was like, wow, he won, and I thought that I didn't want him to win, but I was just happy. I was just like really happy that he won, and it was like something magical had happened, you know. And then to watch all the liberals losing their mind, oh, it was
Yep.
glorious.
The big meltdowns.
Yeah, it was great. Oh man. Anyway, it's my that is my story of 2016.
Yeah, and that was a big growth moment for me.
Yes. Same.
It was for a lot of people. So when you put that all together, when you put that, like, okay, here I am in Colombia, discovering about feminism. Here's Trump winning. Here's seeing these countries that clearly are just, they're corrupt on their own terms. That's from, like, say, July of 2016 through October, November of 2016. Learning about Pizzagate, we can talk about that. Maybe that's better, a conversation better for another time.
Gosh,
But like,
yeah, I would
yeah,
love to talk about that.
yeah. So, like, learning about all that stuff, like, that was a 4-month period. It cracked my worldview wide open. Like, I've been wrong about so much. And so that's when I started becoming a conservative, because I recognized that the liberal values that I had been given were either limited or false. They were certainly hurtful, because I found myself in this country and the culture where I was invited into being something that I didn't know how to do, but that should have been natural. Because remember, I had been told that wanting to be a husband and a father was bad, and I should be ashamed of that. And so then you run that forward to here I am in Latin America, being challenged to, like, be a man, and I realized just how much feminism had impacted me over my whole life. And so I started throwing all this off, and you throw that into the conversations I had been having about masculinity over 20 years. So the pieces really started falling into place. The men's groups that I had been a part of, it wasn't too long after that I discovered the actual manosphere. So all this stuff was percolating in me.
Wow. Yeah. Who was it? I mean, who was telling you these things when you were growing up? Was it your mom and your dad saying that it's not good for you to have a family? Or, I mean, where was that coming from?
Well, no, I mean, it wasn't anything that I grew up with. It was just, I grew up in this environment where it was just assumed that I would, like, do a number of things, become a doctor or a lawyer, and start a family. But, like, my family was a mess. Like, all the families in my family were a mess. It was sort of a little bit like, why would I ever want to start a family if this is what family is like? So you can tell a kid, hey, get married and have kids. But when, like, all the families in my family, all the marriages are just a disaster, like, what kind of example are you setting? Right. And so then my parents got divorced, which did not surprise me at all when I went to college. And then 2 years later, I found my way into the rave scene where, like, family, no, we're partying on the weekends. Like, we work our tech jobs during the week, we collect our salaries, and then, Saturday night, we cowboy up into the desert and set up the speakers, and we party all night. And then we cracked out on Sunday, pack it home, and then drive back. And we're going to do this forever. Right? Like, there was no thought of the future. There was no thought of, saving, building wealth, buying a house. None of those things that are very natural for people to begin thinking about in their early 20s were anywhere near any of us. Right. And it wasn't as if, there was anyone who, in the haze of whatever, like mushrooms and ecstasy or whatever, just enjoying one of our friends DJing, just killing it, is like, hey, you know what? Like, we should really start thinking about home ownership. Like, that person doesn't exist. Like, hey, what's up with your 401k? Like, all that stuff would come way later, but the notion of having kids and giving up our rock and roll lifestyle, like, forget it. So like, I guess that there was no one that ever said these things to me, but, like, I guess through my time in politics, so the example was set to not think about that, and like climate change, and, like, humans are killing, we're a cancer on the planet,
Yeah.
and men have been oppressing women, and the male gaze and rape culture and all this stuff, like, all of that propaganda is swimming around this environment of hedonism. And so when you're in this state where you're hypnotized by mysticism and taking drugs and music, like, you become very suggestible. That's the point of the thing. And so
Yeah.
I guess I absorbed by osmosis all of these ideas without anyone sitting me down and being like, here is all the things that men have done wrong through history. I mean, it's in culture too. You look at Homer Simpson, Ray Romano,
Absolutely.
the goofy dad. So I just marinated in all this and had no counterexample. There was no
Right.
one in my life that was a provider, husband, father in a happy marriage, worshiping God, thinking about having more than 2 kids. Like, oh my gosh, like 3 kids, what are you doing?
I have 3 kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you can go to, like, you can go to churches where you find families with eight kids. Like
My pastor has 7.
yeah, that doesn't exist in San Francisco. 7 kids? What are you
Yeah.
doing? How do you like? Are they eating you? Like, how does that work?
I don't know how he does it, honestly. Like when my 2 get out of the car and they run through the parking lot and I'm like chasing them down, I'm like, how do you manage 7? I can't even manage 2. Because my newborn is, he's not running around, so
Yeah, yet.
he's only a month old.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, but anyway, so you traveled all around, and you traveled for 4 years. Is there anything else that you wanted to cover? I mean, I know there's probably tons of stuff you could say.
There's tons of stuff I could cover. I think the last thing I want to talk about, and then we can, do a little bit of Q&A, and if you'd like, but is the Kumbh Mela Hindu festival. So
Okay.
this was in India, and so this was in 2019, and you can look this up. It was a gathering of 200 million Hindus on the Ganges River in a town called Prayagraj or Allahabad. And this was the largest gathering in human history. The Kumbh Mela it happens every 2 years as a smaller one, and every 4 years as a larger one. So the one that I went to was a larger one. That festival plays a big role in the book Autobiography of a Yogi by Paramahansa Yogananda. It was Steve Jobs' favorite book. And so I went to that festival, 200 million Hindus, and that was a crazy experience. That was genuinely a crazy experience. One of the very few white people there, maybe less than 100 white people in the entire festival. I was there for 6 days, 6 days and 5 nights, sleeping in a camp. But the airline lost my bag on the way there, so I had to buy a bunch of clothes.
Was it crazier than Burning Man?
Different. Because it's 1000% Hindu. I think it's crazy, and that's just like alien and foreign versus like wild. You know what I mean? Like there probably isn't a lot of like, sexual degeneracy and drug use and hedonism there. It's considered a holy event. Like Hindus will make a pilgrimage across the country to do that, like with the clothes on their back, which is all they own. And so it's not.
What are they doing?
They're going to bathe in the Ganges River. So this is upstream where the river is still clean. So they're bathing in the Ganges River at the confluence of 3 rivers. There's 2 physical rivers and one mystical third river at this particular location where they meet, and they're going there to do it on an astrologically significant date, but not in Western astrology, but Vedic astrology. So Western astrology is like Capricorn, Aquarius, whatever. Vedic astrology is very different. So this festival happens on astrologically significant dates in Vedic astrology. And so people are bathing in this mystical river, the physical and the mystical river, which cleanses you. They're doing that. That's why they're doing it.
200 million people in the same place bathe in a river.
Yeah, they're not all there at once at the same time, but like actually, no, there's a number of astrologically auspicious days. So as I recall, the festival takes place, I think, over 10 days, 2 weeks, something like that. But during that period of time, there are specific dates, maybe 3 or 4, that are more auspicious astrologically, which is like good luck essentially, than others. So those are there's the most auspicious date, and that's when probably the most people are bathing in the river. I think I arrived there for the second most auspicious date, and the particular time to bathe was like at 5 a.m. So like I arrived at the festival. I took a train to Prayagraj. I had a guy in a tuk-tuk, like a bicycle taxi actually, ride me into the festival to the camp, and then I dropped off my bag, and then everyone basically immediately started walking to the river to bathe in the Ganges River at like 5 o'clock in the morning. It was freezing cold, and there's like millions of people bathing in the river at that time.
Wow,
Pretty wild.
Yeah. So why did you find this so significant?
Well, I had read. Oh, that's a great question. So, the book Autobiography of a Yogi by Paramahansa Yogananda is there are no sacred texts of the New Age, but there are the books that like everyone should read. And Autobiography of a Yogi is one of the ones that you should read. So I read that, and in Autobiography of a Yogi, this young boy, Paramahansa Yogananda, he grows up. He's the yogi, he's the guru, and one of the signature events of the book is when he meets not his. So a guru has a guru has a guru. So you have a lineage, right? So there's the master of you. So you go back a couple generations, and there's think of it like your spiritual father, and then your spiritual grandfather. But in Yogananda's case, there was a spiritual father, a spiritual grandfather. I think his spiritual great grandfather was still alive, but way back down the line is a spirit, an enlightened man, the guru of all gurus, dead but still alive, named Babaji. And Babaji appeared in the Autobiography of a Yogi. Babaji appears to Yogananda at the Kumbh Mela Hindu festival, and that's when I think he goes to become a yogi. So Babaji appears to him and calls him into ministry, so if you want to call it that, and it's at that festival, and that changes the course of Yogananda's life. So at the time, everyone was like, "Oh, Will, you should go to the Kumbh Mela Hindu festival." I didn't know much about it. I thought it was going to be like, what is it, like tents and stuff like that in the wilderness? I don't know. And then I was reading. I was in. I think I was in Sri Lanka at the time or something like that. And I read the book. I'm like, well, okay, fine. I've read the book. I should probably go to this thing. And so that's why I went to go to this to go to this festival that only happens every 4 years. To kind of have to see what I could find. Like, am I going to meet Babaji at the festival? Am I going to meet some sort of enlightened guru? Like, I'm here. I might as well go. So that's why I went.
And did you?
No. No.
So you thought that it would be significant, but it ended up not really being significant?
I mean, it was still significant. Like, it was still, it's still, to go to the largest gathering in human history. That's what, it's still a big deal. And, to be a stranger in a strange land, like I was still traveling. And so the opportunity to go to wild places and see things and, have the experience is going to be valuable regardless. So, whether I met Babaji or not was, cool and nice to have. It was mostly like, let me go check out this gathering and see what's what. And so it was a powerful experience, maybe like physically, in terms of like getting to see this side of the world and be there and, learn how this giant thing works and see like uncut raw Hinduism and see like India, like the core of the spiritual side of India. But yeah, there was no like, big transcendent life-changing moment in that way.
Okay. I was just curious. So was India the last place that you were at before you came back?
The real last place was Nepal. So I went from India to Nepal, and I backpacked through the Annapurna circuit for 12 or 14 days, trekking over 17,000 feet. That was the last country. And so I did that. I got back to Kathmandu, and I was in my hostel, and suddenly I was like, I don't ever want to see a hostel or a moto taxi again. I am done. I am done. Yeah. So.
Well, after 4 years, it was just like, now I'm done.
This was April of 2019, and it was at that point that I flew back to New Zealand because there was a girl that I had been seeing there, and I was like, well, I have a couple choices right now. I can go back to the United States. I can go recover somewhere and rest in some Airbnb or whatever in Southeast Asia and just like chill out, or I can go try and be with this woman and see if we can make it work. And so I decided that if I didn't try to make it work with her, that I would always regret it. So I moved to New Zealand to try and make it work with her. That ultimately did not work, and I moved back to the United States in February 2020. And I chose the right path because I would not have been wanted to be on the road if I had decided to continue. I would not have wanted to be on the road as COVID was starting to happen, and then to try and escape from the road, come back to the United States. So I would say God has guided my steps in that way.
Yeah, very fortunate.
Mm.
So how did you get saved?
So I got back to the United States in February 2020. The friends that I had met at Burning Man, Camp Spirit Dream, I had kept in touch with them all while I was traveling. They've told me they were praying for me like crazy. They heard about all the crazy stuff that I was doing. They're like, "Oh no," because we had a real genuine relationship. Rob, who was one of the leaders of the camp, his favorite book, one of his favorite books about Christianity is the book "Simply Christian" by N.T. Wright. He had bought it for me for Christmas in 2019 and shipped it to a friend of mine named Jeff. Jeff was going to send it to me in New Zealand, but then things didn't work out in New Zealand, so I told him I'm coming back to the States. Jeff lived in the Bay Area. I flew into San Francisco airport in February of 2020. Jeff met me to get me at the airport that night, picked me up, brought me back to stay at his house for a couple nights, and put the book in my hand basically the night I returned to the United States. So I moved back to Phoenix. I picked up the stuff that I had had in storage for almost 4 years at that point. I rented a van. It barely fit in the van. Drove it to Phoenix, unloaded, staying at my dad's for about 6 weeks until I can rent an apartment. And then COVID starts happening. And as I'm sitting watching COVID start to happen, I've been marinating in conspiracy stuff, for years, and I know exactly what's going on. I'm like, this is some sort of medical tyranny lockdown. They're taking over the world and they're going to force a vaccine on us. Just watch. And lo and behold, that's what happened. But I saw evil spreading, and I realized that all of the Eastern mysticism that I had participated in was insufficient to explain the nature of evil, because it said that all is one. And if all is one, then you can't make any distinction between good and bad because it's all God. And that was not, I did not buy that, because I had seen evil. I knew about evil, whether it be satanic ritual abuse or the things that I had seen, in these nations while traveling. I'm like, I can't just look at this and say that this is all one. So I was struggling with the problem of evil, and I read Simply Christian by N.T. Wright. And in that book, he talks about Christ up on the cross. This giant wave of evil was going to crash over him. And through his death and sacrifice and resurrection, he drove back the wave of evil forever. That's what N.T. Wright said. And I read that and it clicked, and I just got it. I'm like, oh, that's what's up. Okay, that's what's up with Christianity. So COVID continued happening. I moved into my own apartment, no furniture. I just had a bed, essentially. I read Mere Christianity and the Screw Tape Letters by C.S. Lewis.
And those are great.
Yeah, as I said, it was the first time anyone had talked. Those 3 books, N.T. Wright and C.S. Lewis, was the first time anyone had talked to me about Christianity like I was an adult. And I realized that, in C.S. Lewis's book, he talks about when you give yourself to Christ, you don't lose yourself; you get yourself back renewed. And that was a very compelling promise to me. So I asked my friend, I flew up to Coeur d'Alene to visit my friends in September 2020, and we had talked about me getting baptized because they could see my interest in Christianity, but I had never really pushed it. And so I went to go visit them, hoping that they would offer, but then they didn't. It was clear they were not going to. And so I remember actually having to speak up and ask them, okay, would you baptize me?
That's hilarious. They probably didn't expect you to ask them.
Well, it's kind of more their approach as I've gotten to know them over that. We've known each other for almost 10 years. It's kind of more their approach. They don't push.
Right.
They just have open doors and let me come to them, which has been a really good thing. So yeah, I remember having to ask. And that's the funny thing is that, proud Calvinist here, that moment was, ordained from before the foundations of the earth. And I will never forget sitting in the car, realizing that I have to ask. And my hesitation for asking was not for any theological reason. I just didn't want to inconvenience them. That was how I was thinking. I don't want to bother you guys, but can you baptize me? I didn't know. So I had to overcome my own hesitation to ask them to baptize me. I did. And then they did.
And I'm going to guess that they're probably not Calvinist, right?
I think they are, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's so cool. I would have thought they weren't.
Well, they're not Calvinists in the sense of they're charismatic. That's their denominational posture.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought they were charismatic, and I thought, in my experience, charismatics are definitely not Calvinists, typically anyway, in my experience. But
the theological conversations I've had with them indicate to me that they are Calvinist. Huh. So they're very, very scriptural. They're very scriptural.
Oh, anyway, so they baptized you?
They baptized me in the Spokane River, Labor Day, the day before Labor Day 2020. So on Sunday afternoon after church.
Wow. Yeah, you and I got saved very close to the same time.
Really?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I got saved in 2020 as well, and baptized in 2020. So
Praise God, brother.
yeah, maybe we can talk about that on your podcast, though.
I'd love that. I'd like to do a space with you and just like ask you all these questions.
Yeah, right. Well, your
Yeah.
story's way better than mine, but anyway.
Oh, maybe. My
Um,
story. It's definitely my story.
yeah, right. Man. Well, okay. I want to say to everybody, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, guys.
Do you have time to do some questions?
Yeah, let's do some questions for a little bit. Let's go.
Just a little bit. We went way long.
Yeah.
Supposed to, but anybody that wants to come up and ask a few questions or whatever, please just be respectful, of course, and go ahead and request. Matt has been requesting for pretty much this entire time, so
Yep.
yeah, you already did it. Nice.
Yeah, Matt's a buddy of mine.
Oh, awesome, awesome. So if
Yeah.
anybody else wants to come up and ask Will a question or whatever, go ahead and you're welcome to. We'll do this for 10 to 20 minutes. I think.
That sounds good.
Hey, Matt, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
What's going on, Will? It's good to talk to you, man. I enjoyed the conversation. Um, you know, uh, new age topic and whatnot. One thing that I wanted to ask you about, and I'm not sure if you guys covered this earlier, before I got on the call, but is it Pierre Desjardins?
Yeah,
Is that
Teilhard de Chardin. Yeah.
okay? Yeah. So what do you know about him and his involvement in the New Age development?
He's a huge part. By the way, it's really good to talk to you, I think, for the first time. I think the first time it's good to hear your voice, man.
I know, right, man?
Yeah. So Teilhard de Chardin played a very influential but not widely known role in the New Age. I actually, the podcast I released today with Carl Teichrieb, he and I talked a little bit about Teilhard de Chardin. His book Game of Gods talks about him. He was, as I understand, like perhaps a Jesuit or Catholic mystic. I believe he had some sort of all is one kind of theological approach. But my impressions of him are that he injected a lot of this mysticism through the Christian angle, and was responsible for a lot of the ideas that ended up infecting the Christian church with New Age thinking, and then bled over into the mainstream New Age. He's not a widely known figure, but he is an influential one, and that's about all I've gotten. I just read a whole big book about him, and like Carl wrote about him many times, but it's not in my head at the moment.
Yeah, because I've heard of names like Alice Bailey.
Yep.
And Helena Blavatsky. Those are like I think the bigger names are more like modern characters, or people who had influence on the movement and whatnot. And I think he was more even more recent than they were.
Yeah. So, well, Blavatsky was during the 1800s. Bailey was during the 1900s. Bailey has been during the 20th century. Teilhard de Chardin, I believe, was in the beginning half of the 20th century.
Right. Yeah. And so I was curious. Because I had never heard his name until like a few months ago.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, wait a second, who the heck is this guy? If he's supposed to be one of the biggest influencers of the New Age movement, and how did he do it?
Right.
Because, like I said, I've heard of the other two, and so I was just curious if you knew any more about that.
I don't. I literally just did read like so much about him in the book, but it didn't stick in my mind. He is a significant figure, though not well known. He was not part of the Theosophical Society. He was more kind of off doing his own thing, but he was a very significant figure in injecting some sort of oneist ideas that, at least at the moment, I don't have in my head. If I were fresher, I'd pull up Game of Gods and look in the index and reference some of the things, but. At the moment, I don't have the book handy.
Yeah, no worries. Another question I was going to ask is: have you met many people who have, taken psychedelics, who have since come to know the Lord?
I know of. I've talked with one guy who was as much into the New Age as me. He might not have traveled as much, but we were, he did travel a bit, and he was very much in the world, sort of the man bun, tie dye wearing kind of dude. I was never that guy, but like he was in that world. I know he has come to Christ and recently got married. And so I wanted to do a space with him. He was active on Twitter briefly in the middle around last year. Maybe I'll try and get him back. Doreen Virtue is as a New Age influencer, big time in the New Age, was very successful at that, and she came to Christ. She's a very popular. Stephen Bankars, he was huge in the New Age. He's since dropped off the radar, which I think is probably good for him. Like he just didn't want the public attention anymore, which I think is good. But I know that there's a giant New Age to Christ pipeline. Have I personally met many of them? I haven't, but I suspect there's probably quite a few out there. And so that's one of the things I want to lean into this year is really like bringing those people to the forefront, because our culture has more New Age stuff going on than I think people recognize.
Oh no, absolutely. I think that's because it's not being talked about as much. Is, I don't know, it just seems a little bit more sinister to me, because it is kind of like an underlying issue that's it's a huge underlying issue. But I was curious about that, just because when you were describing your experience that you had when you took ayahuasca and whatnot, I was like, well, wait a second, that's kind of how I like similar to the experience I had when I took mushrooms for the very first time. Yeah. And that's what kind of, I guess, led me down that path as well. And it was kind of I guess I wouldn't describe it. It's like it was less horrifying than your experience, I'll say.
Right. Praise God.
Yeah, the throwing up and whatnot. None of that, of course, but it was very therapeutic. And I thought, like, there's got to be something to this, and I could totally see how people could get pulled into that. I guess a hole of thinking that, hey, this is God, type of thing. And it's because it is kind of like you're having that spiritual experience, as long as it's not like a bad trip. But in a way, do you still think that it helped you?
No. I take a very strong anti-psychedelic stance for Christians for a number of different reasons. The first and the main one is that we are called to be sober-minded, and that's I think that's Peter. And what that Greek word sober-minded means, it doesn't mean to not get intoxicated, don't take, people will take that and say, well, should we not drink caffeine because that changes your state of mind? Should not drink alcohol? And what the Greek word there means is the ability to make sound moral judgments. And so, the ability to always be able to discern right from wrong. And so psychedelics, mushrooms, acid, ayahuasca is in a category of its own, but it counts. When you take these substances, you can, for the length of time that the substance is in your body, within 20 minutes of taking it, you can no longer trust any of your senses. You can't trust your sight. You can't trust your ears. You can't trust your mind. You can't trust your memory. You are no longer able to make sound moral judgments. Setting aside any spiritual components of opening yourselves up to interference by disembodied entities, which is also very real, you are no longer able to make sound moral judgments, and there is nothing you can do to turn it off. You will be in that state. You will be in that state until the chemicals work their way out of your body, which for mushrooms is anywhere between 4 to 6 hours. And acid can be anywhere from, 8 hours, 8 to 12 hours. And there's nothing you can do. There is no off switch. And so I look at these drugs from a Christian perspective and say they're absolutely forbidden in a way that you can't moderate your intake in the way that you can with alcohol. There is no taking mushrooms to the glory of God. Now, people will say that there are therapeutic benefits to taking these drugs, because they expand your consciousness to be able to be more aware of things going on outside and aware you, inside and outside of you. So your inner awareness and your outer awareness, your senses do become heightened even if you can't trust them. And people do have the experience of being more aware of their inner reality in a way that they aren't in sober consciousness. But I think that can easily be remedied through simply talking. I think we in America today lack the ability to listen. And therapists, psychotherapists in particular, lack an ability to make moral judgments. So when you go to a secular psychotherapist, they will probably be trained in Rogerian therapy, which is just, you just talk and you say, oh, that's interesting. What do you think about that? What do you think about that? With the idea that you will be guided to your own inner truth, as opposed to biblical counseling, which is to compare someone's inner truth to what the Word of God says about their thoughts, words, and actions. Ultimately, I think what a lot of people are looking for is, whether they know it or not, is they want to confess their own sin. They need to confess their own sin, and also to know that the bad things that people have done to them were in fact sins and God hates it. They need to know, they need to make meaning out of the things that happen to them. But the problem with secular psychotherapy is that you have to make your own meaning out of it. And that is almost it's a demanding challenge, when in fact, like, God can tell you what some of these things mean, and we can be released of this. When I say God can tell you, it doesn't mean private revelation. It's to say God hates that. God hates that. And you have to forgive as you have been forgiven, because it will sanctify you and conform you to the image of Christ. That's Romans 8:28 through 28, 29, and 30. 28 and 29 for sure. So that, I think, is ultimately far more healing to people's moral ills than being aware of many of these things. And I think it can come out with talking if you have the right environment for the right person. So I think of psychedelics as, I think they do appear to have benefits, particularly because they create this feeling of it's called oceanic oneness. This idea that you just feel so connected to everything around you. It's like a womb-like feeling that creates a feeling of safety that a lot of people need to release the emotions that they've kept pent up inside, confess, etc. I think you can create that. You can a good pastor, a good elder, someone who truly embodies the love and light of Christ can create that by their person without needing a drug. So we use drugs to create the experience that faithfully practiced Christianity used to offer. But we've decided as a culture that Christianity is oppressive and hateful primarily because it has something to say about what men and women do with their bodies. That was the 60s. So we don't like this oppressive Christianity that tells us we can't sleep with each other, that tells women what they can and can't do. So we're going to throw that off because we want to have a lot of sex. And when we're having a lot of sex, we want to do a lot of drugs. And so we lose that ability to make moral judgments. We don't want that anymore because God puts a constraint on how we live our lives. So we threw out the baby of sin and confession and repentance and restitution because we wanted sexual pleasure. That's my story. That's the story that I think actually is what the 60s were about. And so we do drugs to try and recreate that thing that Christianity used to give people, or used to be able to give people.
Right. And yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I can agree with you 100%. And all that you said is valid. I guess I was asking it more along the lines of, what Satan had intended for evil, God meant for good type of thing. And I guess we could.
Oh, your own personal experience, you mean? Like,
well, the thing is, like, I mean, I guess we could kind of speculate and say that, yeah, it's possible that it could have been used. What was intended for evil, God meant for good, type of thing. But I guess, as Christians, we can't even necessarily speculate on that, because it's not a good thing. Even if it was meant or used for good, towards the end. And I guess that's really more of the angle that I was asking that question.
oh, sure. Oh, yeah. No, totally. Like, we make mistakes, and God redeems them if we're His children. That doesn't mean we can just like willfully make a mistake Paul talks about that. But yeah, I mean, like, we can do things out of ignorance or a mistake or weakness or whatever, and God can absolutely redeem all of it. Like my entire story that I've been telling tonight is very much about like me making very sincere, very dumb mistakes and using opportunities like these to redeem it by saying like, hey, don't do this. Here's the thing that's important to know, and you can get that without making the dumb mistakes that God bailed me out of countless times. So yeah, I think absolutely. Like there is very much God can redeem all of it, if we bring the right spirit to it.
Yeah, and I guess to the point that you were making earlier, it's more so of a method. People will tell themselves like, "Hey, I'm using this to find myself,"
Right.
but in reality, they're trying to escape themselves.
Very much.
It's a method of escape, but yeah, no, well, it was good good talking to you, man, and I enjoyed listening to the conversation here.
Thank you, man. Yeah, I really appreciate your question as well. Like one of the things that like in telling the story that I do, like I have to be very careful, like not to sound like I'm endorsing any of the things. And so I try to make clear to people who ask me questions about this stuff, like, no, like I got the opportunity to do this. And like, I give thanks to God that he brought me out of it safely. So
yeah, no, absolutely. That's why I was just like, hey, keep going at it. Cause it's definitely not anything, I would endorse either. Even if it could have, you know, even if it could have been, used for good in the end. I mean, eventually, I came to the faith. That was around the time I think I was like a atheist agnostic.
oh, sure. Okay. Yeah. So okay. I wasn't clear if it was before you were a Christian or, okay. Yeah, totally. Good God, you meant for evil, God meant for good. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So that was the case on that. But yeah. Well, maybe we'll get to talk again soon.
I'd love that, man. I'm very grateful for you and been grateful for your friendship. So thank you.
Absolutely. Likewise, man. I'll talk to you soon. Y'all have a good night.
You too.
Hey, thanks a lot, Matt. Do you want to do one more? We got my friend Farmer Pete up here.
Let's go, man. Let's do it.
Peter, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound good, man. What's up?
Good evening, guys.
What's up, man?
I don't really so much, I guess, have a question. I just wanted to thank both of you for this discussion. I was trying to think if I've ever been part of a discussion that's been more interesting and thought provoking, and I don't know that I can think of one.
That's awesome.
And Will, just the story of how the Lord was working in your life through all of those like really unconventional means and situations is just something that I think people need to hear.
Thank you.
And yeah, man, I just want to encourage you to keep telling that, because we live in a very dark world, as you know, and there's only one way out of it. And by God's grace, He brought you out of it, and I think He's going to use you to reach a lot of other people. And that's a wonderful thing. So thank you, guys.
Praise God, brother. Thank you so much. I appreciate hearing that. And, I don't know that I've ever had the opportunity. We've been at this now for 4 hours plus, and I don't know that I've ever had the opportunity to tell my story in such detail because, just as I was talking, just remembering details, like for example, when I was going on the New Warrior training adventure, like that how funny that I'm reading the website. And I remember this clearly, reading the website so closely. Is like, is this some sneaky Christian thing? Right? How funny, like that's where my head was at the time. I had completely forgotten about all of that. And there was a number of those instances. And so, like, as I'm telling all this, like, I must sound absolutely crazy and what an absolutely mental degenerate I was. And in many senses, I was. And like, it's a real blessing to me, obviously, to be delivered from all that, to be intact, to have my health and to have my body functioning and to be alive and all that, and to be really truly gifted with the opportunity to tell my story, to, not only to glorify God with how merciful He is to sinners, and and how much he can forgive and how patient He is. But also, as you say, we live in a very dark world where many of the things that I'm talking about on this call are like, they're just practices that people are doing. You can listen to Joe Rogan talk about ayahuasca. You can listen to Lex Friedman talk about it, Aaron Rodgers. This is all happening at the highest level. And so the opportunity to share my story in such detail with people, to be like, yeah, this is what's going on with that. I walked through these things without a Christian worldview, but I was paying very close attention because I never cared about belonging. I wanted to know what I was doing and why, and I was genuinely interested for what it was. And so it was never like, oh, let me just join this ayahuasca world. This is who I am now. It's like, no, I'm serious and committed about my personal growth and learning, and just out of interest. And so I took careful notes in my mind. And so I can see now why I was doing that, so that I could relay the story, to Christians who needed to hear it. And perhaps also should God be willing to tell it to other people who need to hear it as well, because there is truly a better way. And just maybe I can leave with a closing thought that, I've articulated so much personal growth stuff that I've done, drugs and ceremonies and trainings and retreats. Like, I haven't even gotten into maybe 30% of the stuff that I've done. And I poured so much time, energy, and money and heartache and all into all of that. And I can say that I moved the needle, but just a little bit, compared to the transformation that I've experienced over just the past 4 years of being Christian. Sanctification of the Holy Spirit doesn't even compare. This is what I had wanted the whole time. And the best part about it is that it's free. This is the part that blows my mind, is that New Age world, healing trauma, personal growth. It's so commercial, it's so expensive, and it's never ending. But Christianity, like, church is free, communion is free, a Bible is free. You don't have to pay anything. Yes, obviously tithe, but like, no one's asking you for money to come into the church. And if they are, don't go to that church. So, like, the amount of abundance that God pours out to heal his children and forgive them and bring them into reconciliation with them and to truly regenerate them, and that he asks nothing in exchange but a broken and contrite heart, which is the hardest thing to give, right? The New Age world never asks you to do that. It just asks you to pay more and, and to maybe to grieve more, maybe to do more practices. It never asks you to have a broken and contrite heart, but that's what God asks for. And you give him that. You continue to give him that as you walk it out. He heals you and regenerates you and conforms you to the image of his son. And then he gives you eternal life with him. Best deal ever. So that's the message that I want to share with people.
Amen, brother. Well, we went for 4 hours, and we were talking about only doing 3, but I did have a feeling that I might take you over it. And honestly, we could have went for 6.
Yeah.
I think maybe even more. But yeah, we should probably get going to bed. I know I should.
Yeah, we should.
But man, thank you so much for doing this with me. I mean, this has been my favorite space that I've ever done, and I've done a lot, but this is just my favorite. I already know that it is. It was just incredible getting to listen to your story and to hear about your journey. I mean, it was truly a blessing, and thank you so much for being here and sharing it and giving us your time, man. I really appreciate it.
Well, praise God, brother. You asked amazing questions, and first of all, thank you for inviting me. And I was looking forward to this just kind of intuitively, and so I was stoked to get to do it. And you asked awesome questions, and I appreciated all the things that you wanted to know about, your sincere curiosity, and for digging deeper into things. So, like, kudos to you for running a great space, and I'm very thankful for the opportunity to do this, and that you enjoyed it so much. It's a blessing to me. So thank you.
Yeah, I absolutely did. Well, yeah, I'm not the podcaster, so I don't really know what I'm doing when it comes to interviews.
Could have fooled me.
Well, I'm just winging it over here. But no, I'm just genuinely curious. Anyway, thank you guys so much, everybody, for being here. I really appreciate everyone who's listened the whole time. And if you are someone that hasn't listened the whole time, you should definitely go back and listen to the whole thing, because this was fantastic from start to end, in my view. and it's recorded. So I would definitely recommend you go and check it out. Thank you to everybody who came up and asked a question. Peter, always wonderful to see you, man. And Matt, good to talk to you. And Will, again, thank you so much for doing this with me, man. So having said that, I think that we should all call it a night. And you guys have a wonderful night, and God bless.
God bless everyone. Thank you.
And real quick, one other thing. Go and check out Will Spencer's podcast, right?
Oh yeah, go to my profile, follow, and you go to willspencer.co/links and follow the podcast on YouTube and Spotify and Apple for much more like this, but me asking questions more and less talking.
Yeah, our roles will be are reversed, but yeah, it's an awesome podcast. I've listened to a few episodes. Fantastic. Highly recommend. Go check that out. And you guys have a wonderful night. God bless.
Thank you, brother.